Have you ever met with astronaut? I know you take me to future space. Yeah. All the good stars like shiny day. Saturday night. Already know my love is through down. All I shine is elevation.
prophets. I'm the demonic version of crypto dollar and a rocket. I sacrifice your virgins to the unholy path of man. You can put up a fight, nigga, but I'm destined to get you wet. I'm too complex with the legion of terror, and we animals, and we leaving no survivors. We down on you like cannibals. In the midst of devastation, I reach up to the heavens, and I await the archangel with my satanic weapon. Why am I cursed? I only live for love in my human form. Why am I banished? Why am I damned to this earth? 6,000 years of eternity, I done had enough. Except me in heaven, now I'm dead. The whole world love. Decapitated in some hollow rust. Make them choose me over Jesus. You don't want no drama with these hell heathens. You don't want no drama with the
I got it from here.
Look into the eyes of the killer with the mask off. Blast off, walk up to your house and blow your ass off. Dash off like a bandit in the night, and I'm controlled by gamma light. A double bubble, blow your nads off. Hats off to the killers in my hood that understand it ain't all good unless you serve a higher power. Tie it to the hitch of the steamer, then let your body drag on hot cement until you disintegrate in a couple hours. Make a lemon lame coward, devour the flesh of the dead I summon in the tower. Fulfilling the prophecy, got so much animosity. Demonic entities got me clicking, performing atrocities. I sacrifice a virgin to my father, Mephistopheles. I properly break you off, all you had is not my property. And if you got a face, then I'ma show you where my Glock will be. I'm back at the kitchen, performing rituals and chopping keys. So drop to your knees.
Alright, good afternoon. I am here. If my internet doesn't fuck me over, we will be good today. Excuse me. If it does and I disconnect for any reason, you'll see me on the news tomorrow morning performing a Bushnell in front of my internet service provider headquarters. So there you go. Okay. Let me just turn this off too, and we'll be ready to go. I see some people in chat already. Arcus321, always here early. Glad to see you. Float Pie, I don't know what the fuck you're on about, but glad you're here. Okay. Today.かけまくも賢きいざなぎの噛みつくしのひむかぬ立花のおどのあわぎ腹にみそぎ払えたまいし時になりませる払えどの狼たちもろもろのまがごと積みけがれあらむおば払えたまい清めたまえと申すことをきこしめせとかしこみも申すれい高間の原にかむつまります。すめらがむつかむろぎかむろみのみこともちて、やろずの神たちをかむつどえにつどえたまい、かむはかりにはかりたまいて、あがすめみまのみことは、豊足原の水尾の国を、安国と平けくしろを示せと、ことよさし祭りき、かくよさし祭りし、くぬちにあらぶる、神たちをば、かむとわしにとわし、たまいに払いたまいて、ことと石はねきねたち草のかき場をもことやめて天の岩倉放ち雨の八重雲いつのちわきにちわきで天下しよさし祭りきかくよさし祭りし四毛の国中と大山と日高神の国を安国と定め祭りて下つい羽に宮柱ふとしき立て高間の原にちきたかしりてすめみまのみことの水のみあらかつかえ祭りて雨のみ影日のみ影とかくりまして安国と平けくしろを示さむくぬちになりでむ雨のます人らが過ちをかしけむくさぐさの罪ごとは甘包み国包みここだけの罪でむ隠いでば甘つ宮ごと持ちて甘つ金木を元打ち切り末打ち立ちてちぐらの置き蔵に置きたらはして甘つすがそうを元借り立ち末借り切りてやはりに取り裂きて甘つのりとのふとのりとことをのれ角のれば甘つ神は雨の岩と押し開きて雨の八重雲いつのちわきにちわきてきこしめさむ国津神は高山の末引き山の末に登りまして高山のいほり引き山のいほりをかき分けてきこしめさむ各きこきめしてば罪という罪はらじとしなどの風の雨の八重雲を吹き放つことのごとく明日のみぎり、ゆべのみぎりを朝風、夕風の吹き払うことのごとく、おつべによる大船をへとき放ちて、大海原に押し放つことのごとく、落ち方の刺激が元を焼き釜のとがま持ちて、打ち払うことのごとく残る罪はあらじと払えたまえ清めたまおことを高山の末、引き山の末より咲くなだりに落ちたぎつ。早川のせにます。せおりつ姫という神、お海原に持ちでなむ、角持ちでなば、嵐をの潮のやうじのやしおじのやいにます。早きつ姫という神、持ちかかのみてむ、角かかのみてば、いぶきどにます。いぶきど主という神、根の国、そこの国にいぶき放ちてむ。各いぶき放ちてば、根の国そこの国にます。はやさすらいめという神、持ちさすらい失いてむ。各さすらい失いてば、罪という罪はあらじと。払えたまい清め山おこと。天津神、国津神、やろずの神たちと共にきこしめせと申す。礼。Lost time to Ava. This is the O Harae no Kotoba. It's one of the most famous and well commonly read. Shinto Norito, which is basically a liturgical prayer of sorts. Now I'm going to read the Heart Sutra. Busetuma hanya haramita shingyo kanji zaibo sagyo jin hanya haramita jisho kengo unkai kudo isai ku yakushari shi shiki fui ku fui shiki shiki zokuze ku zokuze shiki juso gyo shiki yakubu nyoze shari shize shoho kuso fusho fu metsu fuku fujo fuzo fugen Zekoku chu mu shiki mu juso gyo shiki mugen ni bi zeshin I mu shiki sho komi sokuho mugen kai naishi mu ishiki kai mu myo yaku mu myo jin naishi muroshi yaku muroshi jin mu kushu metsudo Muchi yaku mu tokui mu sho tokko bodai satta e hanya haramita koshin mukege ko mu ukufu onni isai tendo muso kugyo ne hansan ze shobutsu e hanya haramita kotaku anoku tarasan myakusan bodai kochi hanya haramita zedai jinshu zedai myoshu ze mujoshu ze mutotoshu Nojo isai kushin jitsu koko setsu hanya haramita Shusoku setsu shu watsu gyate haraso gyate boji sowaka hanya shingyo. Kyle South. Hi, hope you're doing well too. Okay, so as the title says, I'm going to go into Touhou as normal, then maybe something else before Higurashi, but those seem to be my bread and butters most of the time. I just updated Streamlabs, so before I stream next time, I'm gonna have to see if hold on. Game's probably loud. That should be good. What I was saying was, I just updated Streamlabs, so maybe I'll mess with this and see if I can, go back to using my, sorry, one moment, please. I can go back to using my, game captures instead of using a window capture for this, because for whatever reason, my game capture sources have all been very, very inconsistent and just break whenever I restart the software. But, I mean, I can just window capture, so it's not exactly a big deal. Or display capture, I should say, because window capture isn't really working that well either, actually. Gonna practice for a while before doing any real attempts, especially the stage 4. Let's see if I can finish a Deathless stage 4 in practice mode. Deathless, what am I saying? There's no way I can do this Deathless. A stage 4 that gets to the end without bombs. Bombless is what I meant. bank so many damn resources in this stage, you'd think it would be that hard. It is if you keep fucking up like that, though. There's that one old Iosis song with Murasa and like Donald Duck in it. It was, I'm pretty sure I didn't dream this up. It was one of those old meme Eosis songs along with like Chirno's Perfect Math Class and Oku's Nuclear Reaction Dojo with Murasa. Based on this song, but I didn't remember it because this song, I didn't watch it as much because this song isn't as good as Chirno and Oku's themes. As good of a song as this still is. Anyway, I hope some people are enjoying listening to the Jade Vine radio I orchestrate at the beginning of these streams, because I gotta say, I just spent like hours last couple days looking for old favorite songs and re-downloading and ripping albums and setting that shit up in Fubar, and I like literally just spend hours shuffling through a lot of these songs. I don't know. I guess I've been mostly listening to like podcasts and stuff in the car, so I feel like outside of video game music, I haven't been really listening to much music on my own. And I guess I really needed it. It's cliche to say, but you know, music is really good medicine for the soul. It's the kind of stuff that keeps you going even when life is hard. And a lot of old music I didn't appreciate as much until now too. Like I was re-listening to the album Ass Cobra by Turbo Negro. Which everyone should listen to if you haven't. It's just like, how would I describe Turbo Negro? They're like some Norwegian band. And it's like kind of hardcore punk music, but it's really stupid and silly. But in a way that's actually like when I first listened to it back in the day, I thought, oh, this is stupid. This isn't taking itself seriously. And now I'm like, bro, this shit is fucking hilarious. Who cares if it's not taking itself seriously? There's a really good song called Hobbit Motherfuckers, where he's like, ethnic hairstyles, slutty male hippies, retro punks, people with thick glasses glorifying serial killers, Hobbit motherfuckers, no guts, no glory, no riots. But yeah, I like a lot of, I don't know, my music taste, as anyone who listens to these can tell, is pretty abrasive and obnoxious at times. So I'm always curious what music makes people listen to and click off. Because I noticed, like, when I was playing Lightning Bolt, viewership went up to about 5 people, and then when Buddhism came on, it went down to about 2. But I don't know if that's just coincidence or not. I don't exactly expect people to be sitting in front of the timer the whole time. I mean, I certainly don't when I'm waiting for a stream to start. But you know, if I get to share some music I like, I feel a little touched, what can I say? The extra little lingering bullets on this fuck me up, man. I don't quite know what the bug is that causes this, but there's always a few extra bullets from the last pattern that seem to linger and overlap with this pattern. If there's any non-Touhou players in chat, we call these spell cards. The ones with fancy names, like in the top right corner. I'm playing in Japanese, so you can't read them if you're at EOP, but and let's be honest, half of them are hard to read in Japanese too. And then we call the normals, the other patterns that aren't, that don't have fancy names, nons, which is short for non-spells. So that non has some overlapping, fucking Jesus Christ, some overlapping bullets left from the last spell. If I went for bombs instead, would that make it easier? It's probably all about the same. Am I crazy, or is this stage easier than stage 3? Emphasis on stage, by the way. The Marasa fight is very hard. But no joke, I think stage 3 is harder. I'm probably gonna say that and then die a bunch on stage 4 when I play this, but I don't know. I also just think stage 4 is more fun. Not that I don't like stage 3, but this stage is just really, really good. The fight too. In fact, I would probably say this is, I don't know. Maybe even more fun than Ichirin as a boss fight. But Ichirin's boss fight is pretty good too. Better than her stage, even though they're both brutally, punishingly hard. Even though I haven't been streaming for long, I probably need to go to the restroom in a second. Won't take me long, it'll be like... Maybe no... Ah, fuck. I was gonna say, fuck it, give me a rainbow, but I'm just gonna die anyway. This section I just need to remember to get over to the side as it's ending, like so. There are people who have beaten this game without collecting any UFOs and without thinking ahead. That's insane to me. I mean, I know LNNs are like, you know, people are just inhumanly good at video games now, so... LNNs are one thing, but in this game, and without collecting the UFOs, like, on this stage? Are you fucking kidding me? It's a little more south than I would have wanted, but I survived. Whoa, that is like horizontal bullets. If I've ever seen them. Yikes. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom. This will be like less than a minute. Then I'm gonna do an attempt or two maybe. And if I feel like I need more practice on stage 3 or whatever, I will do so. Wait just one moment. Alright, I'm back. I haven't played this since last time I was streaming, unfortunately. I've mostly just been playing Mother 3 on my own. Which I am enjoying quite a bit. Playing Mother 3 and listening to old albums, honestly. Getting back into a lot of metal. I mean, metal's always kind of been my genre of choice, but I don't know, it hasn't been what I've been listening to as of late very much. Even though I'm really into both black metal and death metal, I always have considered myself more of a primary black metal fan with death metal as an auxiliary, but I probably have more death metal stuff on the playlist for these streams because the songs tend to be shorter and slightly more traditionally song-like, and therefore I think play better in a shuffled playlist. One album I might have to re-listen to is The Full Treatment by Aggression. Because I re-downloaded, the opening song from that album, it's a thrash metal album from the late 80s, and it is vicious as fucking hell. And I don't know, I only remember the opening song, really. It's called Forsaken Survival, and I remember it because it sounds like Foreskin 8 for my balls. Foreskin 8 for my balls. Because they keep saying, Forsaken Survival. Forsaken Survival. And they're fucking Québécois. They sound very... Maybe they cannot pronounce it as normally as other people. But I was re-listening to that album a bit, and man, it's gotta be like up there with Morbid Saint and Demolition Hammer in terms of fucking brutal thrash metal from the 80s. At least that opening song is. So, and it sounds like it was recorded in a fucking basement, which is what you want. No hate to people from Quebec, by the way. I love your accents. I'd move to Quebec in a heartbeat for those winters, are you kidding me? I like your playlist. I don't listen to metal rap much, though. I see. What genres are you more into? I like all kinds of stuff, so I'm always looking to branch out. But those are just... A lot of those genres just go well with shuffle playlists. I also haven't been putting a lot of, like... I don't have a lot of, like... I have a lot of J-core music, you might call it, like DJ Sharpnel and Red Alice and stuff. But I don't really have a lot of, like, straight-up anime OPs and stuff like that in the playlist. Just because I feel like if, you know, if you... If you know what anime series I like, you can pretty much assume that I like the music too. J-pop electronic stuff. Yeah, I have a decent amount of EDM in there, I think, but yeah. Not that you were saying I wasn't, I didn't, I guess. And I guess the point of that playlist is kind of to show stuff that people might not know about. Because I just don't know, you know... It's hard to talk about music on this channel. It's hard for me to talk about music I like in general in a way that's coherent or... My headphones got unplugged. We good? Nope. Hold on. Okay, we're good. True's PCB. Holy shit, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Nice to see you again. Trues and me would talk sometimes when I used to stream on Twitch. Touhou old head. Thank you for the subscription. My mic is coming through, I assume? Looks like it, yeah. Looks like it in the mic aux section down here. Yep, okay, I think I'm good. Turned up my mic a little loud, though. My headphones, that is. I'll read that chat when I get to the mid-boss. But yeah, I like to talk about music. It's just... I feel like that's the hardest artistic medium to convey anything about. Like, I just don't know what I'd say about it other than describing how it makes me feel. Which is not bad, it's just kind of... It's hard to do. And I mean, that's why some people, Schopenhauer included, have said that music is the purest artistic medium there is. And that can be hard to deny, I guess. Game audio's off. Okay, thank you for letting me know. There we go. Should be good now. What do you think about metamodernity and this certain return to the modern search for absolute principles in opposition to postmodernity, Badiou, Laruelle, Meillassoux, speculative realism, etc.? I don't know. I don't know enough about those postmodern continental guys to say anything of value. Honestly. But I do feel like the modern search for absolute principles has to be like... I kind of take the Heidegger approach here, where I say that something about that has to be mistaken. Like, I guess my instinct is to agree with Heidegger that kind of metaphysics as we know it has become science and there's no going back. And so philosophy has to do something different going forward. And that it should perhaps be something that's historical in nature. Not historical in the sense of understanding the past, but in the sense of being historical thinking. Basically what Heidegger was talking about in Contributions to Philosophy. Those are my messy, unstructured, off-the-cuff thoughts, at least. These kind of questions are ones that I'd need to think about on a more profound basis. Although maybe I'll read Whitehead. My idea will change, and I'll think that the metaphysical project still has legs. One movie I rewatched the other day is Charisma by Kiyoshi Kurosawa, and I'm still working on my Shinto lecture. Although I've been procrastinating. What else can I say? And but Charisma, man, it's such an interesting movie. And I definitely think it'll be my next movie review, because I thought about it, and there's a lot of interesting stuff to say. And kind of like Silence, my first film review, it made me think of a philosophical thought experiment that I haven't, that I know about only from secondary sources and haven't read the original text of. At least in a while. And while Silence made me think about Quine and the Gavagai thought experiment, Charisma made me think about Derek Parfit and the repugnant conclusion. And that'll be the only spoiler, I guess. If I don't have that Shinto lecture done before the end of the year, which I probably should, but if I don't for whatever reason, I'll have the Charisma review up before the end of the year. Because that probably shouldn't take too long to get my thoughts on in order. Such a good movie, though. It made me want to rewatch some of the other Kiyoshi Kurosawa movies that I've seen, because I feel like my thoughts on them would be more more mature now. My film reviews don't always get the most views on my channel, but I don't care. I make them when I want to, and I have a lot of fun doing it. And I mean, I get why. A lot of people probably... I'm this way. I don't... If it's a movie I'm in any way interested in watching, I'm not gonna watch a review like that until I've seen it myself. I only watch... It really means I only watch, like, reviews of shit that either I've already seen or played, because this goes for games too. Either shit I've already experienced, or shit I think is ass, and I will never watch or play. Or maybe not that I think is ass, but I think is, like, not for me in any way. Although, sometimes I've started that way, and then the review has convinced me that I should try it anyway. You're my favorite niche YouTuber. Thank you. Great things about Process and Reality too, but I'm scared of how supposedly unstructured and badly edited it is. Yeah, I looked at a PDF of it, and it was very hard to get heads or tails around it. So I'd need to read a lot of secondary material. But that goes for any work of philosophy, really. At least it's not. I mean, it's not short, but it's not exactly the. It's not like Being in Time or Critique of Pure Reason levels of long. Have you ever read the original? Original of what? Process and Reality? I haven't. Unless you meant something else. Another movie I'm a really big fan of, which I'd like to talk about, is Electra Glide in Blue from 1973 by James William Guercio, I think is how you say his name, starring Robert Blake. It's the only movie he directed, and I think he was mostly a band manager for Chicago, the band. But it's a really good movie about like a bicycle cop in the Arizona desert who just feels very 70s, like all the cops around him are super corrupt and he tries to do the right thing. But it's just kind of a tragic story. Of how a good man's efforts are always wasted, it feels like. Silence the book. I haven't. I want to, though. I know one of my old teachers, Japanese teachers, said that it was one of her favorite books, and Endo Shisaku is one of her favorite authors. I've heard there's some things that are quite different from the movie. Maybe not quite different, but like during the Fumie scene at the end where Rodrigo steps on the statue, I've heard that in the book there's kind of it describes more of a mystical vision he has, where the Christ on the picture speaks to him and says, "You can step on me, I forgive you," and stuff like that. And they didn't really show that happening in the movie, which I think was for the better, but I could see how that would be much more powerful in written form, and maybe come across as a little cheesy or weird in a movie version. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember that email. I bet I didn't I didn't associate it with your YouTube name. But, yeah, every, when you say Fernando, you mean Fernando Pessoa? Because, yeah, every Portuguese speaker says Fernando Pessoa, Fernando Pessoa, Fernando Pessoa over and over again. I have the Penguin Classics version of the Book of Disquiet. I'm sure any Portuguese speaker is gonna cringe and revolt against any translation, no matter how good it is. But I have that Penguin Classics edition. It's just somewhere in my dad's attic, so I don't have it on hand. But I don't know, I mentioned this, I'm reading The Idiot by Dostoevsky right now, but man, I am just the worst. I'm the fucking worst when it comes to fiction, man. I just cannot, I slack on fiction books so much, I read them so slowly. I have a much easier time burning through nonfiction somehow. But I'm nearing the end of The Idiot by Dostoevsky, and it's really good. I'm in the I think I have like 7, 8 chapters left. I'm gonna finish it before the end of the year. I don't care if it's December 31st, and I'm gonna spend I'll spend 6 hours doing nothing but reading on December 31st if I have to. I'm finishing it by the end of the year. But I do think it's a really good book. It's probably the best Dostoevsky I've read. I'm also curious to rewatch, what's his name, Akira Kurosawa's adaptation of The Idiot. I saw it a long time ago, but I think I almost intentionally didn't pay much attention to it while I was watching it. Like, I was kind of multitasking, because I didn't want to, I wanted to check it off my checklist, because I have the Criterion Eclipse set of like early Kurosawa stuff, or post-war Kurosawa, and it's on there, so I don't like having stuff on my shelf I haven't watched, but at the same time, I didn't want to spoil myself on the original text, so I compromised, and I was like, I'll watch this, but I won't pay attention to it. But I remember some really nice, I mean, the setting was really nice. It's in Hokkaido, I guess it's the closest you could get to Russia, in Japan. I think it was in Hokkaido. I remember the opening scene was a train in the snow. I see what you mean. Spinoza. I tried to read ethics and I had a lot of trouble with it. I wasn't very used to philosophy at the time. It was one of the first works of philosophy I tried to read, and I really, really did not get it. And I thought maybe now that I've read more philosophy and more difficult stuff, I'd have a better time. But I don't know. I just read... I've tried it a few times, and I just get to the axioms, and I try to read these axioms, and I'm like, none of this sounds right. Like, I could argue about all of these axioms. And then that kind of dissuades me from wanting to go more into it. But that's probably not a very fair, that's probably not a very fair reaction, so I would like to someday. So yeah, I guess the mathematical style of it just doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't feel very intuitive to me. but I'd call that more of a personal failing than anything. I'm dumb, man. Because people say Spinoza is supposed to be, like, easy to understand, or to follow. Maybe if you're more of a math person it is. I don't find Spinoza easy at all. At least the way it's originally written. Albert Camus, baby's first philosopher. Yeah. And he just stole all the good shit from Heidegger anyway. Not quite. I actually had never read The Stranger until last year. It's pretty good. I liked it. Technically, I listened to an audiobook of it. The Stranger, that is. Fuck me, I am retarded. And, it was good, but, it was very, what do you call it? I think it proved to me that I'm not very good at, like, audiobooks, especially of fiction. I don't absorb as much. So I think I probably would have had a stronger reaction if I read it myself. Catch up. Okay. Most of the axioms are grounded on Aristotle-like identity because of the influence of Aquinas, but he uses it to invert most of Thomism from within. I thought the same at first, but was very surprised. Yes, I do think, yes, if I stuck with it, I do think I would like Spinoza. I know, for example, he undermines a lot of the kind of Descartes Cartesian ideas of the mind versus matter and stuff like that. Also, his cause and effect are actually inherent in substance, not temporal causation, which is quite confusing. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Or subsistence, not substance. There you go. Yeah, because when I first opened it up, I feel like, you know, I think I tried to read it when I was very heavy into my Nagarjuna phase at first, and I was like, okay, a bunch of Svabhava bullshit. I'm not interested in any of this, but again, appearance, looks can be deceiving. What is your opinion about the state of Shonen Jump right now if you follow the magazine? I don't give a fuck. Almost all the prominent titles have ended. I guess that's not fair. I don't know anything about that shit. I was never much of a Shonen Jump guy. But, I mean, I hope they pull through, I guess. Or could be good fertile ground to invest in some new interesting talent. Who knows? But I tend not to... I don't read a lot of manga that's currently being published, just because I like to read stuff at my own pace. But yeah, I did a poll a while back about, you know, what lectures people would like to see next, and I probably should have put Spinoza and ethics on there, because it is one I'm interested in. God damn it, fuck that UFO, man. I need to just position myself well for that life piece, because the UFO tracks to you when it's about to die anyway, so I don't really know what I'm doing there. Besides getting myself killed. I should ever die on Busy Rod, but stupider things have happened. Like that. Series aren't really long running anymore. I see what you mean. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a good thing, actually. I hate when publishers like milk a series for like long past what it should be. Because you can always tell. And it just makes it harder for you to read and enjoy if you have to commit to reading that much shit. That's one thing I always liked about you know, anime and manga, and like I guess one reason I never got into a lot of those jump shows is compared to like American cartoons, they just let them die a graceful death a lot more easily over there, it seems. They don't have this idea of everything should last forever and ever and ever. Unless you're Chibi Maruko-chan, I guess. Like, if you're gonna do that, at least, like, do the Toriyama move and make a new series, like, super... so we can avoid it, so we know it's shit. Ha! Much closer to Leibniz than Descartes or Aquinas. Like him, he's still somewhat normative, though, because of the foundational role of principles, sufficient reason, all the ethics. Sure. Getting lazy on this first stage and dying to stupid shit. This UFO man, get no breaks. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that, obviously. spell is so deceptively evil. Chewing some gum, by the way. Hope the ASMR isn't too nauseating. I was such a gum swallower when I was a kid. I'd like swallow gum so much. It's how when I read Cross Channel, which is one of my favorite VNs, alongside Super Baby and all that, and the main character, who's like a fucking psycho, insane, but also hilarious guy, Taichi, when there's some throwaway line where he talked about how he swallows all his gum, I felt like such a kinship. He just liked me for real, for real. If him being a crazy, weird pervert wasn't enough of a kinship. There we go. Don't fuck me. But yes, fuck me, cause you're Kogasa. Haha. Okay, I didn't quite handle that the way I normally do, but whatever. Hi, Fumo! Nice to see you again. I should never say this, but part of me almost feels like it's better to go into this fight with one bomb, because it makes me nut up and try to dodge the last two spells. But I just said that, so I'm almost certain I'm gonna die on them now. Fucking, god fucking damn it, man. Alright. Still an okay start. get a blue. What? Ooh, that was close. Fuck. Ah, I hate when you realize you made a mistake on this spell and you have nothing to do but just sit there and take it. Depends on the essay and on the fiction, I would say. I know what you mean about some essays feel like they're padding for time, though. Quite literally in a lot of cases, because I've heard before that, you know, a lot of non-fiction books from major publishers are literally padded because they have trouble, like, making a profit on shorter works of non-fiction. Fuck. Ah! God fucking damn it, man. Oh yeah? I haven't read that. Although... I would probably like it, based on the prominence of appreciators of it. Even though I'm not a big fan of Abrahamic religions. Had worse runs than this, that's for sure. Maybe not for long if I keep fucking up like that though, jeez. Give me red, there we go. I'm not that dumb. I mean, this is hard as shit. Shinto's. Why don't I like Abrahamic religions? I don't like monotheism, and I don't like religions with supremacy narratives that have historically suppressed other religions. All of which applies to Abrahamic ones. Judaism is probably the least suppressive out of them, but I still don't like the idea of monotheism. Shinto is philosophically interesting about Hayana. Sounds rude to say, but short answer, I guess no. I feel like Shinto is more of a cultural historical phenomenon, and most of the studies would be about mythology and places. And traditionally, I think, kind of like the ancient Greeks had religion on one side and philosophy as something separate that didn't necessarily interact. I would say that the Japanese world has exported a lot of the stuff we would consider philosophical to Buddhism. Questions about, cosmology and all that shit. And as for how it's coming along, not bad. Probably about a third done with the slides, maybe a little more. Hopefully I'll make some more today, but all the recording is done. Just need to do the slides, which shouldn't take as much work, I guess. Although a lot of it is illustrating myths, and I'm of two minds about what the best way to do that is. Because, a lot of the times I like to read these old myths without a lot of modern... How do I want to say it? I like to read, like, the Greek myths, like the Odyssey and the Iliad, without a lot of modern preconceived notions about what the gods in it must look like, or what the iconography looks like, so we can really approach them in a very non-biased way. Similarly with, like, the Bible or whatever. And so I don't know what kind of images I'm going to use to illustrate these myths when necessary, because a lot of them just don't even get drawn very often in arts at the time. I mean, let's look at it historically, right? As far as suppression, what did the Christians do in the Roman Empire when eventually they outlawed all the native religions in Rome? Then they went to the rest of Europe and outlawed all the pagan practices in Europe. Then they went to the New World and suppressed and outlawed all the Native American religions. Then if they would have gotten a foothold in Japan, they would have done the same thing there. I mean, what did the Muslims do when they conquered the Middle East? They suppressed all the non-Abrahamic religions. Yes, they gave a special status to people of the book, but they got rid of all the Zoroastrians and Mandeans and Gnostics and other stuff like that. They tried to wipe out Buddhism in India too. So I think it's in the history of those religions, and yes, sure, not every modern Abrahamic person of a faith does the same thing, but I think there's to some degree it's inherent when you look at what is demanded and talked about in the texts. So I see it as something that is that there's a strong connection in those religions about, and I don't think it's total coincidence. I'm not saying that other religions that aren't Abrahamic ones haven't done the same thing, but I am saying that it seems like there's much more of a norm of it, and that it's much more extreme in the Abrahamic context. And of course, into some degree, I think the idea of monotheism just like entails that. You know, what does Jehovah say? I'm thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me. All the other worship of other gods and practices and diversity of religious expression along with that had to be suppressed. The whole Old Testament is kind of a history of that happening. So that's something I'm not a fan of. Doesn't mean I hate everyone who follows those religions, and doesn't mean that I think everyone who follows those religions is going to do that kind of stuff. But I find that Buddhism, for example, is the kind of religion where you don't see that thing being done very often. And I think there are certainly cultural factors that have been a part of that, but I don't think you can blame it all on cultural factors. I do think a lot of it has to do with the doctrines of those religions themselves. Sure, I mean, yeah, I could get into some more philosophical reasons why I'm opposed to it, but I mean, ultimately the reasons I'm opposed to it are its effect on historical affairs. Like, it doesn't matter as much what I don't really care what someone believes in their own mind until it starts affecting the real world around them, you know? There are good things associated with some of those religions. I talked about, my last video on my channel is called The Purpose of the Sabbath, and it was a video about how I like the idea of having a Sabbath day, or something like one, and kind of a defense of that. I guess I can kind of understand what you mean in a, I can get what you mean in that I will be fair in that I think a lot of the philosophy underpinning Christianity, for example, was an outgrowth of Neoplatonism. And that the junction between those two is not as clean a break as we might think it was. Even though, yes, apparently it was enough of a break that Justinian saw the need to close Plato's Academy. But yes, I see that, but I do think that whether we call it God or the One or the Monad or Brahman or whatever, I find that idea of oneness kind of limiting and stifling. It's as if there's a whole rainbow of diverse expressions of divinity, and they all get blurred together into a ugly brown. I guess some people find that very, you know, transcendental and beautiful, but I find it kind of dulling and suppressive is the best word I can think of to describe that. It's why I've always considered myself something of a nature worshiper, but I don't like saying, you know, I don't like talking about, I don't like to phrase it as Gaia or Mother Earth or something like that, because that just sounds, you know, nature has to be teeming with different gods. It has to be full of a whole manifold of divine energies. Any attempt to sum it up as one necessarily delimits its scope and its grandeur. Even calling it an it, it's a they, it's a multiplicity. It's the Yaorotsu no Kami, the 8 million gods. Okay, I'm gonna do one more attempt, then I'm gonna take a little break. I have some laundry I need to sort out, so that'll be about 15 minutes. And maybe some of that comes down to preference of description as opposed to philosophy, but that's part of the, but I mean, that was the question why I don't like Abrahamic religions, and maybe a lot of it does come down to, maybe some of it does come down to aesthetics. I also don't like those faiths because they have a more negative view of sexuality. A lot of the time. Than some other traditions. With some notable exceptions, like, you know, the Song of Solomon and all that. Well, I appreciate you listening to me in that case. I do have some Christian followers who subscribe to my channel, listen with an open mind, and I really do appreciate that. Contemporary Japanese philosophers, not as many as I probably should, or not many at all, really. I'd like to talk about, what's his name? Nishida Kitaro in a video, but I feel like I'd need to do a whole kind of deep dive into understanding the German idealist tradition, because that's what that Kyoto school stuff was born out of Kant, of Hegel, maybe Schopenhauer a bit, and maybe Nietzsche a bit, but especially Kant and Hegel, from what I understand. I haven't heard of Karatani Kojin, though, so let me know how that goes. There was one guy named Yasuo Yuasa who had a few books. One of them was called, I think, what is it, like Mind, Body, and Eastern Theory or something, which looked super interesting. but I have not read it. Monad. Sounds like it's important for you to interact with gods, and you can't do this with Monad. Absolutely has no character. I think there's some truth to that. I think I like, you know... I forget what it was. I think there's a Heidegger quote where he says something about how to the scholastics, God is a unmoved mover, and to the simple pious, he's a loving father, and I can write a hymn to a loving father, but not to an unmoved mover. So there might be some truth to that. And then, let's see, thoughts on Foucault. He gives Augustine credit for sexual repression in that game intrinsic to the Catholic world. I can believe that. I've read Confessions, and you get the impression that Augustine was a playboy who had a lot of kind of a long post-nut clarity into Christianity, I guess. But Foucault, I've only read Madness and what is it called? Now I'm blanking on the name. Madness and Civilization? And that was I found that a interesting read, but I was kind of I'm so dumb, man. I was kind of a neophyte to a lot of this stuff when I read Madness and Civilization, so I didn't really understand it as much as I do now. But I think it's a book which makes I think there's some value in the thesis he argues. I actually, without getting too much into details about what it was about, my thesis in college, I interacted with Foucault a lot, kind of at least ideas from Madness and Civilization, because I found it was a helpful way to look at the topic of my thesis about the history of pathologizing madness and disease in society and stuff like that. But I haven't read the history of sexuality books. They interest me a lot, though. I love a lot of those, you know, sexual revolution guys. I remember trying to read some Wilhelm Reich. And I love all that wacky stuff about the orgone. I don't like to get too into details about what I studied in college, like where I went and what my thesis and everything was about, but I was a history major. Well, thanks for the recommendation. I will look into it. Argues Wittgenstein represents a vital change in attitude from the structuralist phenomenological interpretation of this. Okay. Dogma of the Catholic Church. pushed for a more conservative outlook on sexuality. However, the Bible, intimacy, and embrace between God, people, and church via hymns. Yeah, I can believe that, especially in the Old Testament. I think a lot of the ideals of chastity based on my reading of the Bible are really more of a New Testament thing. And even then, it seems like there isn't there's some variety even there. Also, of course, I have been guilty about, when I say Abrahamic religions, I'm speaking of 3 religions which, have similar foundations. I do think sometimes people overstate the differences in ideology, but they are different religions with some quite noticeably different opinions about some of these things. Okay, I've been putting it off, but I actually am going to take a break after... after this, whatever it looks like. Coaches from the Peggy's Counter Nietzsche. Not a ton. I read like the first third of Beyond Good and Evil, and I've read decent numbers of excerpts for my Heidegger research, and I like everything I've read by Nietzsche for the most part, but wouldn't call myself an expert. I do think that I should read more, though, because even based on the very little I've read, I know that... So, Nietzsche is like a really tragically misunderstood thinker, I think. Same God. Yeah, no, it's true. It can look pretty silly from outsiders. One thing I've always felt, it's one reason I've always felt it's kind of weird that a lot of people talk about, like, the West versus the Islamic world. And it's like, yeah, there's some differences, and historically there's some isolation for sure, but the religious moral underpinnings aren't that different, all things considered. I think they're far less. I think they're far more similar in many cases than like a Buddhist society and a Christian one. At least in the Middle Ages and like pre-modernity, maybe. It's true, and it's kind of interesting too because you know, a lot of based on my meager understanding, I read a book a few years ago called Destiny Disrupted: A History of the World Through Islamic Eyes. Awesome book, by the way. I think it's a very, very good introduction to understanding like the history of, well, the Islamic world, meaning the Middle East, but also into Central Asia and even into India and North Africa and all that, from a very sympathetic but unbiased historian, I guess, and it's super easy to read. But it's kind of interesting because, like, nowadays you see a lot of, a lot of Islamic fundamentalists kind of talk about their war against the West in terms of these were the Crusaders who came in and fucked up everything. But if you actually look at it, I think the Islamic world didn't really care that much about the Crusades. They were kind of a failure, and the Islamic world was already fighting with itself that they were just kind of like, there's these weird guys from Europe coming and rummaging around in here, and we don't really know what they're doing or why. So it's like they didn't really take it as a holy war back then. It was very one-sided, and the real bane of the Islamic world would come a few hundred years later when the Mongols came in. That's the stuff that's like actual historical trauma. So I do think that's kind of funny. Again, don't take my word for it. I want to do a lot more reading about this. But that's the impression he gives in that book, at least. Nice. Okay. Good start. Whoops. Okay, I guess I'm going for a green when I can. Or just dying. That's enough. That is also an option. Not exactly what I'd call the best option, but you know. based on the little I know about Crusades also, I think a lot of people forget that, like, probably half of all the crusading activity happened in Europe proper against pagan Europeans. Well, I don't know about half, but a lot of it did. And, like, Cathars and stuff like that. But that might be, I don't know, that might be, some of that might be neo-pagan propaganda. I don't know. My name is Buckethead Var. That's how you fuck up a stage 3. Jesus Christ, man. How did that even happen, man? Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna take out some laundry and take about 15 minutes. Really enjoying the stream. Glad we're having a nice discussion. I think the desktop audio keeps resetting when I'm tabbing out of the game. So I just have to be careful about that. I muted it now, so that's fine. But anyway, back in about 15 minutes. Alright, little few seconds early, but I'll go ahead and come back. That song just happened to come up on Shuffle, and I was talking about it. So good. Not enough war, not enough famine, not enough natural selection. Someone asked, let's see. Is your stream private? Sorry for your nosy version desktop. It's okay, I mean, I don't have anything to hide here. Believe me, I'm similar. I always, whenever any streamer shows their desktop for a second, I'm always like, ooh, what's this? What's that? I'm poking around nosy, so that's how I know not to have anything compromising on it. But when you say stream private, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. I don't think I'm not used to streaming on YouTube, so I'm not sure, like, I don't set up, like, tags or categories or shit. I just go live. So, watch, just like my videos. The more the merrier, I guess, actually. Do you let people add you on Steam? Oh, is my Steam private? I thought you said is my stream private. I don't necessarily advertise my Steam, but so I guess technically, I mean, if people find out, I don't really care. But I don't use Steam that much. I don't use it as a social space really. So if you add me, I wouldn't answer messages or whatever. Sorry, yeah, let me fix that. I need to make this a habit. Every time I go to break, I put the desktop audio to max for the music, and then I forget. Anyway, I was saying, if you couldn't hear me over the music, I misread your comment as, is your stream private? I didn't, now you said, is your Steam private? And I guess, technically, yeah, but if you want to, like, I'm not going to say it on stream, but if people find out, I don't necessarily care. If you want to know it, just email me. But I don't really use Steam as a social space, so I don't log on super often. And I don't play a ton of multiplayer games on there. What games I play on Steam? Let's see. What am I playing now? I mean, Arcana Heart is the big one. And then mostly just like old adventure games recently, really. Some shooting games. But I mean, the kind of games I normally play, I have a list on my site of kind of my game history and what I like and play most. And the short answer is shooting games like this. For multiplayer games, I'm a big, play a lot of Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne. Arcana Heart sometimes. Old PC games and Japanese Gojin games, I guess, is the short of it, long and short of it. How about yourself? What are your gaming habits? Cons are fun, but they're not exactly the easiest place to make friends because everyone's kind of busy and walking around, but you know, a lot of those cons might have, like, places to meet people or meeting circles. I would say maybe if you're going to a con, here's a good strategy. I haven't tried this personally, because I've always had people to go to cons with, but, look into whatever con you're going to, see if there's some Discord group or whatever, and see if you can find someone in your area who's going and say just like, hey, I'm going to this con and I'd like to have a friend to go with. I don't want to go alone. And maybe that might be a fun way to meet someone. Other than that, you know, I'm not always great at it. I have a couple real life friends who I'm close to. But it's hard to make more. It's one reason I stream, honestly, is that it's kind of it's a quasi-social outlet, even though it's not as much as you might want. But you can always email me and chat with me if you really want to. And if you're learning Japanese, groups that learn Japanese are often good places to go for finding those kind of people. Sometimes they're annoying as fuck and they make you cringe and want to kill yourself, but sometimes they're cool. It's honestly, honestly, it sounds kind of cringe and like, it sounds extremely autistic to say this, but whenever I stream like this, it has a better effect on my mental health and on my like social skills. I get more practice of like speaking confidently and talking to people, and it transitions over. Okay, let's see what some people said. What do you think of modern J-pop? I don't know a ton about it. I like, I don't know much about what I hear outside of anime. I'm not opposed to it. I think there's plenty of good music being made, but that's not really something I'm listening to a lot of, so if you have any recommendations, I'd be happy to hear them. I like loud, abrasive music, as you can probably tell. Oh shit. Rip life piece. At least I didn't die. Fuck you, Kogasa, stupid piece of shit. Catching up. Yokai Watch is my favorite game of all time. Replied to your email and didn't respond. I don't know what What? Weird. Let me. Maybe I just. When did you send it? I generally. I'll have to take another look. FRL is so random. Peripetia. Okay. Mosquito Maxing? I'm sorry I didn't respond to your email. I normally always do. I have been a little busier than usual the last few days, but I generally, I'm pretty sure I check my email every day. I tend to make it a point to answer everyone. Okay, well let me take another look. If you'd like to email me again, I will be sure to get back to it. I hate that fucking spell, man. Did you send this to an email or to a Discord or what? I'm confused. Because how's there a profile pic in email? That I don't understand. And yeah, it's, you'll have to forgive that, it's, but I appreciate you being there. My channel analytic, according to my channel analytics, you're one of the, what is it, less than 1% of non-male viewers I have. Oh, okay, sure. I don't... Did you email me on Gmail, though? I don't have a Gmail account. At least in my mail client, I can't see your profile pic. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to... Sorry, I'm playing this game, so I'm not as attentive as I could be, but thank you. I'll be sure to get back to you. If I don't see it, I'll reach out to you on YouTube or something. Or you can try me on, like, Matrix or XMPP or something if you're still having trouble. I'm not gonna say it's beyond the pale of the possibility that I didn't reply. Just seems out of character for me, and if that was the case, I apologize, because I make it a point to try to reply to everyone. Maybe if I was some superstar channel with like 120 emails coming in a day, then it would be hard, but I don't get nearly enough emails for me to have the excuse to not be able to reply to everyone. Gotcha. Yeah, I use, Disroot because I'm a cool hacker, and I use a private email client on my desktop. Maze can play and read comments, sometimes better than others. In these first two stages, these are like, well, not even the first two, more like this one. I can kind of look over, but for the most part I shouldn't be looking at chat unless it's one of the, dialogue scenes. Fuck, I did so well on that, circular grazing section near the end. Stage 3. Just fucked it up all beforehand. I really do think I think I made the best choice with bombs and shit on, stage 2 there. But it was because I messed up something in my route. Ideally, I should just lame it out at the end of stage 2. It feels disappointing, but it is the safest way for me right now. It ensures I have 2 bombs for Kogasa's 3 spells. Meaning that if one of the last 2 decides to throw some bullshit at me, I have a failsafe. Fuck. Okay. Or your stream. Okay, well, welcome. Thank you for stopping in. Your name sounds like a parody of Polish people's names. At least when it's all written as one word like that. There you go. Shit. Shit. Okay. It's in like a if this was split into a few words, it wouldn't fuck me up so bad. It's shit chayoni kshijak. Something like that. I guess that reads kind of like 2 names, so it's not so much, but just all the R's and Z's together, I was like, this is the most Polish name I've ever seen. Not quite. It doesn't have enough, needs a few more was and ooze and sounds and stuff, but yeah. Ethnicity? I mean, I'm just a white American. I'm just an Amerimut. But I did have a period where I tried to. as a kid, I really liked those like Lonely Planet travel guide books that had like phrases and basic how to speak things, and I liked collecting them for quote-unquote exotic languages, normally European ones, and I had one for Polish that I dedicated a lot of time to try to learn how to read. So I still know the phonetics of the alphabet, pretty much. And I had a family friend who was, we had a family friend who had a Polish ancestry, so she gave me a few pointers, and that's how some of the harder sounds I got the hang of. It was a hard language, but it was a lot easier. I had one of Polish, and I had one of Hungarian. And the Hungarian one, that was just impenetrable the whole time. Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you want me to get into that, my mom's side of the family is, French, I think. And my dad's side is, like, Welsh. And I think there might be some, like, Norwegian on part of my mom's, but it's not, you know, I don't I'm just an American. I'm not one of those people who tries to pretend to be more than that. Rip life piece again. I need to wait until these yin-yang Kedamas get over to the right side before I start killing them with that UFO. Then I think I won't have that problem of getting one of those life pieces off on the side. I normally never have trouble with this part. Something about it today just isn't working for me. Alright. Here's where we're gonna start. God damn, I'm so fucking stupid, man. Ah! I was gonna say this is where I'm gonna start laming it out. I was trying to run into those so I could set this up, but... I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't have any. I haven't met. The oldest member of my family I ever met was my great grandma, and she was born and raised in America. So it's not like. It's not like I have any strong connections to this. All right, thank you for stopping in. It was nice to talk to you. man. That was all me. See, normally I'd be happy because I had a run that made it to stage 4, but now that I've had a run make it to stage, I've had 2 runs make it to stage 5 now, so I'm getting less and less pleased with stage 4 as a mark of a decent run. It's just that section after the mid-boss with the fucking speed killing the UFOs. That shit sucks. But I think it's mostly because I need to stay under... I can't hang out in the dead center on that part. Victim progress, there you go. No, so, I don't know, a lot of people love to hate on this game for some reason that is not a mystery to me, because it's the UFOs, right? They don't like the UFOs, but I don't get that. I think this game is so fun. Even when I have to waste a bomb like that, I think it's fun. I would much rather be stuck on this game than on subterranean animism, and I like subterranean animism. What do you mean? Tickles something in my brain. There we go. This is gonna be perfect. Easy peasy. Now just don't immediately run in to the fucking thing taking up a quarter of the screen and you're good. Not a quarter of the screen, but an embarrassingly large amount of the screen to just run right into. And it's not a bad one. Have you ever played any Touhou games before? If you haven't and like what you see, I definitely recommend trying them. You don't have to start on Lunatic, which makes them a lot less scary. But I would not recommend starting with this one, UFO. Start with Embodiment of Scarlet Devil. Oh, fuck you, Zoom. That was all me, though. I just didn't tap right. Don't play games. Okay. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream then. Little surprised, to be honest, but. Sure. I respect people who don't play games, but it does, it's one of those things that sounds weirder and weirder, I feel, these days. It's almost more and more like, I don't watch movies, or I don't watch TV, or I don't know. Which, I mean, you know, hey, that's fine. I'm actually... Oh. Fucking hate that shit, man. Fuck me. There are games I like, but I rarely play games anymore. Yeah, I mean... I will say, I was one of those people. I didn't play any games until really almost at all. Until I got into, like, college. Last couple years of college. This is so fucking shit, man. Fuck you, you stupid bitch. Jesus, that's hard. I guess so. Well, if we lump in anime with TV, I don't know about that, but you might be right. Let's see, I kind of feel like going back to shoot the bullet a bit. I know, it's weird, man. One thing I don't like, which I feel like is more common, is like, I often have kind of a reputation as being like a curmudgeon, like I don't like or watch anything new, and that's not the case. I genuinely don't have a bias against new movies or anime or games. I just don't have as many of, they're like, maybe that's the wrong word, because yes, there are less of them I'm interested in, but like, if it's good, it's good. I don't care when it's from. But, I listen to more contemporary music. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Black screen, I'll fix that. I listen to more contemporary music than I do, contemporary games or anime or whatever. Even though I don't have a bias against contemporary game, like movies or anime or whatever, or games either, but I feel like a lot of modern music, especially like of pop or hip-hop variety, is always, like, more and more of them are intentionally, it feels like, making their songs, like, under 2 minutes. And I feel like they do it just because of Zoomer attention spans and TikToks and shit. And that I don't like. Not that there's anything wrong with short songs. I mean, I'm a big, I've always been a big grindcore guy, so that's not the issue. The issue is just it doesn't feel like something they're doing for any reason other than standing out on TikTok and stuff like that. And that's annoying. I'm not residing in Japan right now. I lived there for 6 years, but not at the moment. Also, I don't know why this desktop audio keeps muting when I Alt-tab, but it's just, I'll get used to it. Takaichi. Oh, the PM, yeah. I don't know enough about her to really say. Don't worry about it being appropriate or not. It's fine to ask that question. I'm not saying that's not appropriate. I just honestly, I don't know enough to say one way or the other. Some people say she's more, I've heard people rumor that she's more right-wing and might make it harder to immigrate, but I honestly don't think. She's not as cute as Sanae, her name is Takaichi Sanae, and she's not as cute as Kochiya Sanae from Touhou, I can say that. Don't want to reveal too much because I don't like talking about details about my professional or academic life too much online, but I can say that I was studying over there in an academic setting for 4 years. I was, or I should say, overall I spent 6 years. The first of that I count as about a year's worth of several different homestays I did in high school and early college. Then I lived over there in an academic setting for 4 years. And then I lived over there in a professional setting for 1 year. But my work visa was only for a year, couldn't find more work, and I returned to the US after it expired. That's what I will say. I see. That's nice. I hope this refreshes me. UFO's just been raping me in the ass all day today. We'll see. I do want to read some Higurashi for sure. Might do a little of something else before, though. don't mind this music on repeat, but some people might find it a little crazy making to listen to the same music over and over again while grinding these scenes. A lot of the times on, when I grind, shoot the bullet, I mute the music, but leave the, I leave the sound effects on, but turn the music off and listen to my own music. But I wanted to appreciate the in-game music just a little bit more, because I haven't heard it in a while. No, she's mine, obviously. No, Suako's the best Dotaru in Touhou. For me. So you can have Tay. I read, the Dazai I've read, No Longer Human. I really don't like its English title, Ningen Shikaku, which is one of my favorites. I mean, it's everyone's. I read The Setting Sun, which is also quite good, and I read one called Schoolgirl, which I enjoyed. For Mishima, I've read Patriotism, I've read Sun and Steel, I've read The Sailor Who Fell from Grace with the Sea, and I've read The Temple of the Golden Pavilion. All excellent, but those last two are really incredible. Fuck, man! So close. Read short stories by some of these guys too, but yeah, I've read Hashire Melos. Read one other short by Dazai, but I forget what it is. I've read Wind Up Bird Chronicle 2, and it's pretty good. I read After Dark as well. That one wasn't quite as good. But it was fine. One thing I love about these photo games is you can do some ballsy shit with it because the consequences are so low for fucking up. Haven't read The Sea of Fertility. Everyone recommends it though. Mishima is one of those fiction authors I find myself almost as motivated to read as non-fiction stuff. Haven't read any Miyazawa. Everyone says Ginga Tetsudo no Yoru is a good one to read in Japanese because it's written pretty easy Japanese. I have a Japanese copy, just haven't read it. Too busy with Higurashi. It is. Tsubahibi among others. I remember passing through Sendai on a train when I was in Japan. I never stopped off and saw the city, but I only saw the train station, but they made a big deal out of being proud of Miyazawa being from Sendai. I think he's from Sendai. He's from Miyagi Prefecture in any case. He said that it's as good to read as nonfiction since the works as well as his life was an art after the war. Yeah, I do agree with that. There's something kind of ideological about reading Mishima. I'm really bad at rhythm game type timing stuff, so trying to get these nice shots is really hard for me. Some people look at these games like bullet hells and say they just seem impossible and there's no way people can understand how anyone can dodge anything in them. I look at fucking rhythm games like Osu and Beatmania and shit like that. That shit is just like, I don't even know how the fuck people can do that. I guess everyone has some kind of games that it's like, just fuck them up. But for me, it's rhythm games. I mean, I think it's just because I'm a very I love music, but I'm a very non-musical person. all my favorite music is atonal noise and shit. But I've always had a very bad sense of rhythm. Didn't plan on it. Out of those, I've only read Kaczynski, and I feel like Industrial Society in its future is a pretty straightforward text. I don't think I can explain. I don't think it needs much explanation. I know Elul is kind of, everyone says that Kaczynski got all his ideas from Elul, but I'd have to read it to know. I like how you represent his Polish ancestry by putting the accent mark over the N. And yes, I know it's Kaczynski in Polish, but everyone says Kaczynski because that's the Americanized version. I didn't realize Nietzsche. I knew what's his name, Copernicus, Mikołaj Kopernik. Was Schopenhauer born in modern-day Poland? That I'm not sure about. I think he would have been in, like... He was Prussian, like Kant. But I guess that would have been Kaliningrad. I think Schopenhauer was born in modern Germany. Am I right about that? I think I might be wrong. I think Schopenhauer... Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think Schopenhauer was born in Danzig, so modern-day Gdańsk. But don't quote me on that. I might be confusing it with Nietzsche. There you go. Okay. I was right. Schopenhauer is too gloomy to not be born on the Baltic Sea. Like, he couldn't have been born in Bavaria or or the Black Forest or something. He'd have to have been born in the gray, drizzly north. One of my childhood friends went to study ballet in Hamburg, so I know a bit about the climate there from first-hand reports. Fuck you. I mean, for me, that's when I'm saying like gloomy and drizzly and gray, that's like a compliment for me. I love that kind of weather. I would take that over sunny, hot beaches and stuff any day. I'm sure Gdańsk is pretty. Has scenic beaches and stuff in the summer, though. I'm being a little cheeky. Yeah, I mean, sure. I've never been, or well, that's a lie. I've been to London, but I spent 90% of my time in museums. I'd like Great Britain, but I think too much rain, not enough snow. I'd want to be up in the mountains somewhere. That would be my ideal. I mean, well, ideal would be Japan just for cultural reasons, but for landscapes would be somewhere like Alaska or Siberia. I don't care if there's ocean access or not. As long as it's just cold and frigid and frozen and a good place to have a cup of hot chocolate, basically. I dance like it's shit on for lack of one. Cafe dance music at a conventional rhythm. Yeah, I've never. My friends always shit on me for having bad rhythm and being tone deaf. Someone once told me, if you want to live in Japan, work for an American company in Japan. Then you'll get the best of both worlds. I guess that goes for a company from any other country. Well, most other countries. I might be better at some of those, like, early console rhythm games, like Parappa the Rapper and shit, because those are not, you know, those were made when the genre was still new, and so they didn't have as high expectations with people, basically. I'd have to try one of those someday, because I mean, I've been in arcades, I've tried rhythm games that are just fucking impossible. I mean, I'm sure like anything, I'd get better at it with practice. But like, most of the other hard genres, I have something of a bit, like, I have something of an intuition. Like, oh yeah, fighting games, I just predict what he's gonna do and react to it. Or really, these bullet hells, I just dodge the bullets. Or first-person shooters, I just try to get headshots, you know? None of those are easy things. You know, at the highest level, it's always like, how the fuck was I supposed to dodge that bullet? Well, the same way that you dodge the other ones. It was just a higher level of difficulty. But for rhythm games, it's just very hard for me. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little more of this, then I think I'm gonna do a no reset run of Touhou 12 UFO. Then take a break, then get on to Higurashi. But yeah, we will see Fuo. I do think under Takaichi, and just, I mean, probably even without her, I think we'll see a lot more immigration from Japan. People talk about immigration to Japan only, but they don't focus on the other side of it. I think we're going to see a lot of Japanese people, for example, trying to move to the US just to make more money. Like a lot of, you know, Japanese people who want to open a ramen shop or something like that, for example, can way fucking overcharge it in the US and probably make a killing that you can in Japan. Same with media stores and, I don't know, just about everything Japanese-ish, I guess, which, I mean, is good news for us who live abroad and want to experience more Japanese things, but, you know, there's good and bad to it, I guess. I do think part of it is, I used to only focus on the negative side of it, but I try to look on the bright side too. Like, for example, a lot more Japanese media stores. Like, I saw that, you know, like some more anime stores and stuff are opening in the US, mostly on the West Coast, but slowly in places like New York and other stuff too. And I feel like, hey, you know, maybe more people in the US will be able to get the toys and games they're looking for here and it can ease up on some of the over-tourism problem in Japan right now. You never know. There's a lot of people are going there to buy games and toys and shit, let me tell you. I mean, I'm one of them, I'm not hating, but... Yeah, I think a big part of that Western University thing is just... Japanese school culture is a little strange, because it's like, in my experience, the high school level is way more pressure, way more highly academic, but the college level is like way less academic and less kind of serious than the US equivalent. At least in my experience. I mean, I went to a pretty ritzy college and all that, but even compared to like some really big name Japanese universities. So I do feel like one thing I would suggest, which might not be intuitive, is if you're trying to get a job in Japan, especially in a humanities field, a lot of the times having a degree from a Western university looks better than having one from a Japanese university. Not that I'm saying it's bad to have one from a Japanese university, by no means, of course. But I don't know. Sometimes I wonder how much of that is kind of Confucian influence or a lack of it. Because they say that, you know, they say that all those East Asian countries are super strict when it comes to education, and like, you must get A and all that shit. But I really find that that's way more the case for China and Korea than Japan. Japan is like all work culture stuff, whereas in China and Korea it's much more education first. Then work pressure too, of course, but it's all about the studies. And I do wonder, I imagine a lot of that is a more direct Confucianist influence. Whereas Confucianism is more of a aristocracy-only thing in Japan, and even then more of a minor influence than Buddhism, for example. hey, you fucking bitch, I had a really good run, and I got 5 photos, then you fucking killed me. Chilling with the beer most of the time. Yeah. No, I do think that was kind of a culture shock to me, because it's a bit of a culture shock how much lax a lot of universities in other parts of the world are. I mean, it makes sense that the ones in the U.S. are so intense because you pay out the fucking ass for them, so, you know, there's pressure, like, you better damn well get what you paid for, so, I mean, I get that. But I don't think a little, you know, little relaxation like that isn't necessarily a bad thing in a university setting. One thing some people say they like, which I don't like, or like the idea of, I've never tried it, so I guess I can't really say, is there's a lot of cultures in Europe, or well, not a lot, but there's at least a few I've heard. I've heard Spain is like this. Maybe Italy, maybe it's more of a Mediterranean thing, that you have like really long lunch breaks. So it's like, you're working and then for 3 hours you can go out to lunch and sit at a cafe and like watch a movie and have a beer or something and then go back to work. And I mean, in exchange for that, you stay a little later in the day, but you get a longer break, and some people think, oh, that's probably a good idea, but I wouldn't like that personally. To me, it's like, I couldn't enjoy those 3 hours because I'd just be like, just gotta go back to work. I'd rather get it all done and then be off, and then have all my off time together. I mean, I want the break at work, obviously, but no more than like an hour. I just want to get it out of the way. But I don't know how real that really is. That might be like a, you know, romanticized account. But I could believe it. Yeah, I get a 1 hour break too. I definitely, I do the exact same thing. Use it to read. It's really good. Yeah, 3 hours might be like a max, it might be a little shorter, but... yeah, I don't know. I remember, what is it? Thomas More in Utopia said that in the Isle of Utopia, you know, his imaginary fantasy area of an ideal society, everyone worked only 6 hours a day, and they worked 3 hours in the afternoon before supper, and then they worked 3 hours in the evening after supper. And I don't know. I don't like that. I want it all. I want to finish it first and have the evening to myself. But a 6 hour workday sounds nice. I will take that. That's pretty funny. I remember I had a friend from Czech Republic who's a really who's not very fond of his country, and he once said that Czech Republic is basically the same depressing gray country of drunks as Poland, except that Poland at least has access to the sea. I think I'd like it. I'm not much of a drinker, though. Better drinker than Japanese, though. Like, man, they drink a lot over there, but most of them cannot hold their liquor for shit. It's pretty funny. I've never been much of a heavy drinker, so I never really get a chance to test it, but I think I'm pretty strong with my liquor. I just don't enjoy hard liquor very much. Rarely have anything stronger than a beer. Yeah, it's... I've never gotten that either. I mean, I remember I had a teacher there who said that it's just because Japanese people are incapable of being honest and talking about their feelings without getting plastered full of alcohol. And the teacher said, I think it's just kind of silly. And I kind of agree. I wonder if there's a genetic... I mean, I imagine there has to be a genetic component to this, right? I don't know where Americans fall on that. I do wonder... I mean, I imagine, like, European ancestry people maybe are stronger than East Asians with alcohol, genetically. But I wonder if there's a difference between American, like... you know, waspy Americans like me and, like, Slavs. Or how much of that is just culture and stereotyping. I'm feeling diminishing returns on this here. I'm just so fucking mad that I got 5 photos full of nice shots, and then she fucked me up. It's not the first time, though. So I'm going to, yeah, the flush reaction, for sure, for sure. I'm going to do one more no reset of UFO. Then I'm going to take another 15-minute break. then I'm going to read my Higurashi chapter of the day. And I'm going to remember to adjust the audio this time. And now I'm going to take a piss before I start again. Okay. No resets. I don't even care if I die on Nazrin's first fucking spell. I'm gonna take it like a man. Keep going. Although I'd be surprised if this is a particularly good run, just because I feel like I've been playing for several hours, and normally if I play Touhou for that long, I kind of experience diminishing returns and need a break. The important thing is consistency. Play it like this over and over again, and you might feel like you're against a brick wall, but if you look at it a month or two apart, you're making progress. Dude streams in the toilet, a really speedrun there. Yeah, I live in a tiny apartment. My bathroom's like right next to where where my setup is. It's actually even closer than when I was in Japan, when I was in an even tinier apartment. And everyone said the same thing. How'd you use the restroom so fast? And yes, I wash my hands. You don't have to ask. Okay, really not happy I had to use a bomb there, but we're not resetting. I do feel like fucking spin for dodging for today though, man. Fuck. We're not resetting. It's actually probably kind of good to do this because it shows what I'm, well, It shows what I'm least consistent at. That's the cope, at least. Okay, I'm actually... I probably shouldn't have even done this, because I'm actually feeling very tired and ready for a break. But you know what? Fuck it. We're still not resetting. Watch me perfectly capture her 2 last spells now. I would be so fucking mad. I haven't captured her... No, that's a lie. I did capture her 3rd spell once today. But that spell normally gives me so much trouble. I died to this today, too. I was so mad about that. At least I don't have to get mad about this. I probably could have finagled my way out of that, but I don't know. I didn't feel like it, so fuck off. How about that? Of course I capture that though. I need more practice on that pattern. I don't know. It's so hard to read. I took a break in there. In fact, I upped my break limit from what do you call it? 10 minutes to 15 minutes, just because thought I needed some more. But honestly, I probably would. It probably would be better for me to take a few more breaks staggered more regularly. Fuck. Almost slow enough. I have 2 bombs. I think I know which 2 spells I'm going to fuse them on. And this is one of them. If I even get to the second one. Let's see. I was on kind of a good pattern there. Okay. 15 minutes, then I'm going to read Higurashi.
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, 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 he's a looking so cute. Sneaking round in a blue jumpsuit. Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a blazing away. Like the stars in the universe. Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a screaming the truth. America's killing its youth. Baby, he's a screaming away. America's killing its youth. America's killing its youth. Ghost rider. Ghost rider.
Hi, this is Kyle from Incantation, and I have a mustache.
Thank you for waiting. I went ahead and changed the text from done to starting soon, just in case, like, for me, I like to let a song finish out before I go back to the stream, especially in a case like that where it's only a few seconds. But we'll see. Maybe I won't do that if it's like several minutes. Just keep everyone waiting and drive them insane. But yeah, goated screamo music. Yes, that's Inkwell. They made like one of those bands from the 90s that made like 7 songs, and they're all great, and then dropped off the face of the earth. Osaka. Oh, that's my. This is what I turn on when we're waiting. This is my countdown at the beginning of stream. I accidentally opened it up. I'm looking for other GIFs like this as a lead-in, but I don't know, something about Osaka preparing for Impact. It just goes with every song, for whatever reason. So, I did like a slideshow of some other goofy images, but I just prefer this. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll mix it with something else. Alright. I cheated on you guys. I was, I read some of this off stream, but, you know, whatever. I should have read more off stream. I don't read this. I should be reading a chapter every day, but I wish I could do that. I do not always have the energy. Okay. 児童相談所は貞子の3日連続欠席を追求してくれたようだった。だから今日の貞子の投稿はおそらく俺たちの勝ち取った成果に違いない。Think audio and everything is fine. We'll see when the. Yeah, I shouldn't be interrupted because I won't be reading if there's voice acting. So yeah. だがそれに踊り上がって喜ぶことなど貞子の顔を見たらとてもできなかった。
貞子、本当に心配したんだぞ。
この3日間本当に何事もなかったんですか？3日間熱が下がらなかったんですの。ご迷惑をおかけしましたわね。
聞いてもないのに休んだ理由の説明をする貞子。それはクラスの誰に話しかけられても同じようだった。
多分おじさんからそう答えるよう強く脅されてるんだと思う。あんな姿痛々しくてなんだか悔しいくらいだよ。
レナは悲しみより怒りの方が勝ってるように見えた。それは内心俺も同じだ。怒りがこみ上げてきて喉の奥が痛くなる気すらした。Satoko first. Yeah, this edition has some of these insert arts from the console version. They're pretty nice. おじのやつが貞子を投稿させたということは貞子を一人で外出させても自分に不利にならないという確信を得た証拠だ。That's 外出, right? So yeah, I reached out. Please do. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those times on stream where the Japanese, I go too slow for the Japanese and too fast for the learners, so it's no man's land. Yeah, there's CGs in this version which can be legally obtained, maybe. それはまるで楽園の押し終えた後の家畜を思わせる。まさかもう何もかもが手遅れになってしまったということはないだろうか。心の中に貞子が壊されてしまった悲しい世界のイフが浮かぶ。
貞子、 お前はよく頑張ってるな。
当然ですわ。ニーニーがいなくても私は一人で頑張れますもの。
俺はゆっくりと手を伸ばす貞子の顔に。
お前がよく耐えて頑張ってるご
I
褒
read
美
that
に
as 顔。頭に
頭撫でてやる。嫌か？
貞子は何も答えなかったが、逃げるような仕草もしなかった。俺はそっとその頭を撫でてやる。無言で無反応の貞子だったが、突然涙のwhat is this? なしもつゆがポロリと落ちた。Is that correct? No, it's not. It's not つゆ。Is it just koboshi? What is this word? I should know this, really. Shizuku, I think. Yes. Shizuku ga porori to uchita. I should remember that because it's the hottest girl in Hunter x Hunter. And if anyone says I'm wrong, they're wrong and dumb. 俺は一瞬慣れられるのが心底嫌なのかと思った。だが違った。逆なの。今慣れる手を引っ込めたら、それは逆に貞子を傷つけてしまうのだ。貞子はニーニーに頼らずに一人で耐えていくことを義務感にしている。There you go. I haven't played it yet, but I should. でも、だからといって誰の助けも欲しくないわけではないのだ。だから口に出して慣れる手を喜ぶことができない。だから無言で熱い涙をこぼすほかないのだ。This is 無言, right? Yep. I always second guess myself.
さとこちゃん、今は泣いても誰にも言わないよ。
でなんかそう語りかけると、もう貞子はこぼす涙をとどまわなかった。それを見て、まだまだ手遅れではないことをわずかの安堵を感じた。俺がifの世界で恐れるような致命的な小石はまだ残されていない。I think that is wrong. What is this? Shokon? Yes, Shokon. No, I am wrong about that too. This is a stupid kanji version of Kizuato. Okay. だが同時にこの貞子の涙をこれ以上流させないため、たとえ全世界を敵に回そうとも一刻も早く救い出してやらなければならない思いを新たにした。新たにした。いや。
さとこ、きっとみんなが助け出してくれますのです。きっとなのですよ。
And yeah, this face is a little weird looking. This is one of those cases where I'd say the console is probably the best one. This looks like shit. All of these look like AI garbage. They're not AI, but they might as well be.
さとこ、私たちはこの3日間ね、ぼんやりしてたわけじゃないんだよね、ケイちゃん。
おう、俺たちはな、児童相談所に訴えてるんだ。あのおじの野郎の非道とサトコを一刻も早く助け出してほしいってな。
そんなことしてくださらなくても結構ですのに。
俺たちだけじゃねえぞなあ、富田君。
僕だけじゃないです。岡村もクラスのみんなも戦っています。
そうだよ。
Oh yeah.
僕たちクラス全員で相談所に押しかけてるんだ。もちろん今日も行くよ。
Yeah.
ねえ前原さん。
ああ、サトコを救い出せるまで俺たちはくじけないもんな。
クラス中が男女一概なくおーと終えてくれた。その断結ぶりにその断結ぶりに一瞬だけサトコは驚いたようだったが、すぐに無感情な瞳に戻る。
だから相談所の方が来ましたのね。余計なことをなさらなくてもいいの。
答える。Yeah, you're probably right.
さとこ、ひょっとして相談所の人が来たことによってあいつから何かいじめられたりしたんですか？
Yes is the answer. サトコは答えなかった。今の状況ではそれがどちらを意味する沈黙なのか理解するのは難しかった。やがて教室の賑やかさが職員室にも聞こえたのか、千恵先生も駆け込んできた。
北条さん、体の具合はもういいのですか？
本当に風邪だったかは怪しい。そんなことは先生も含め誰もが100もしょっちだった。
ええ、おかげさまで本当にご心配をおかけしましたわね。もう平気ですのよ。これからはちゃんと学校に来られそうですか？ええ、だから本当にもうご心配なさらなくていいんですのよ。相談所の人になんか言わなくていいんですのよ。
北条さん、もし本当に辛くなった時は先生のお家へいらっしゃい。先生は北条さんの味方ですからね。いつでもいらっしゃい。
そこで先生だけに美味しいとこを持ってかれちゃたまんないね。さとこ、ここにいる私たちは全員味方だよ。そうです。さとこもぜひ私のマンションに遊びに来てください。余ってる部屋もありますから、さとこのプライベートルームにしちゃっても全然 OK ですので。ダメです。さとこは僕の家で飼ってるのですから、早く僕のお家に帰ってこないとダメなのですよ。みぱー。
なあ、サトコは一人ぼっちなんかじゃない。みんながお前を助けようと今必死になっているんだ。
でもこれ以上必死になっても届くかどうかはわからない。昨日のお石さんの情報が本当なら、ひなみ沢の総意ではなくクラスメートだけの盛り上がりということを相談所側が知り、色の対応を強化させてくるかもしれない。I know this hurts to read. This is not 強化. What is this? 効果。何しろ俺たちは大人数や効果。大人数 大人数で押しかけて昨日と同じことを訴えるだけだ。つまり相談所側も昨日と同じことを反論するだけだ。Please do let me know if I mess up like that. It's been a long week. Not reading at my best. 反論の軸はまだ同じ。親権者である鉄平が貞子を連れ戻すのは当然。訪問の結果、貞子が虐待を受けているとは言えない。どうして言えない？貞子が虐待はないと言い切ったからだ。
お気持ちだけで十分ですのよ。本当に大丈夫ですから。嘘だよ。
レナは顔こそ笑顔だったが、その言葉は鋭利だった。
聡子ちゃんは大丈夫なんかじゃない。聡子ちゃんはみんなを騙しきれてなんていないよ。ここにいる全員が、いや、もっともっと大勢が聡子ちゃんが苦しみ悲しんでいることを知っているよ。だから私たちは聡子ちゃんを助けるために立ち上がって精一杯頑張ってる。悲しい沼に胸まで浸かりもがいている聡子ちゃんにみんなで手を差し伸べている。でもそれだけじゃ聡子ちゃんを救えないの。
そうなんだ、聡子。相談所側は俺たちの言い分に耳を貸しつつも、聡子本人が虐待を否定するから虐待はないの一点張りなんだ。俺たち全員が聡子を救いたいと思っても、聡子が受け入れてくれなければ救えないんだ。
私とても昔に逆の立場だったことがあるの。どうせ誰にも自分は救えないと、自分が今していることが最善手だと、そう思い込んでいるから、仲間が差し伸べてくれる手を受け入れられないの。でもその時、顔も思い出せないけど、ある人が言った。本当に選びたかった世界はすぐそこにある。でもそこへ至るには、向こうのみんなとこちらの自分が互いに手を伸ばし合わないとダメなの。私たちだけが手を伸ばしても意味がない。だから聡子ちゃん、あなたも手を伸ばして。それで互いに手をつかみ合って、初めて私たちは元の世界へ戻れるんだから。レナ、それを誰に？覚えてない。きっと幼稚園よりも小さい頃なんじゃないかと思う。いつどこで誰になんて覚えてない。でもその時の気持ちを私は今でもはっきりと思い出せるの。
Yeah, this is important, what she's saying.
あの時の気持ちがあったから、
Sounds
今日の
like she's
私
having
があ
a
る気が
Keiichi
するの。
moment where she might be remembering. I loved it. It was really good. I'd say that one or 3 were my favorite so far, but this one is coming very close just because Rika's my favorite character and I really like the parts from her perspective. I hope we get more of that, but don't spoil me.
そうだな、レナに言ったそいつは間違ってないぜ。聡子は今助けを求めないのが強さだと思い込んでる。それが最善手だと勘違いしてる。いいか、違うんだ。自分の顔を鏡で見てみろ。それが望んだ世界を掴んだ顔か。違うだろ。聡子はこんな世界、心のどこにも望んでなんかいない。俺たちは聡子を元の世界に連れ戻せる。そしてその手を伸ばしてる。その手は聡子の鼻先のところまで伸びてるんだぜ。だがあともうわずかが届かない。届いてりゃ髪の毛を踏んづかんででも引っ張り出してる。だがそのわずかが届かないんだ。だから掴め、お前が掴め。手を伸ばしても誰にも届かないから観念するなんて言わせねえぞ。お前の鼻先に俺の、いや俺たちの手があるんだよ。だから掴むんだ。手を伸ばすだけでいい。あとは俺たちが元の楽しかった世界へ引っ張り上げてやるから。
だが聡子は手を伸ばさなかった。鼻先に突き出された手を何かに祈るような目つきで見るだけで、そして手を伸ばそうかどうか、指先が増えるくらいにまで迷っているというのに手を伸ばさなかった。動物的行動、 行動衝動いや動物的衝動で怒りを吹き出したいと思ったが、そんなことをすればサトコは怯えてしまう。二度と俺を頼ろうとはしないだろう。だから俺はあくまでも手を伸ばしたまま、サトコも手を伸ばすのを待つことしかできないのだ。
ありがとうですわ。本当にありがとうございますですわ。でも本当に平気ですのよ。
The Deswas are coming back. I hope that means something.
本当にさとこ、
もう少し時間がいるんだよ。
サトコの心の整理の時間、そしてそんなことを構いなしに容赦なく近づいてくる手遅れのタイムリミット、それがサトコに分かっていないのがとても悲しかった。その時証拠Is this 証拠口 or 証拠口証拠口 That's right 証拠口からドタドタという大柄な賑やかな足音が近づいてきた。姿を見ずとも生徒である俺たちは校長の足音であると断言できた。断言 Stuff I don't know I'm looking up on G-Show just to make a note of. So if I'm questioning it, it's rhetorical, but you can answer to see if you can beat me if you want, I guess. だからサトコの体が電気でも走ったかのようにビクッとしたとき、どうしてか理解できなかった。荒々しく引き戸が開き、校長が姿を現す。その表情は3日目にしてようやく登校してきたサトコの姿に安堵を感じているようだった。だがサトコの反応はあまりに劇的で、そして異常だった。サトコは例えようもないすりつばされる断末魔断末魔のような悲鳴を上げて教室の隅へかけていくと、カーテンのは即に抱きついた。Not soku, what is this? So fuck, I'm so bad. 束。その場にいた誰もがサトコのこの突然の行動が理解できなかった。少なくとも校長がやってきたことと関係があるなどと夢にも思わなかった。だが校長だけは気づいたようだった。サトコが自分を見て怯えているのに気がついた。
北条君、大丈夫かね？
強めて優しい声をかけるが、サトコの怯えは解けない。今や誰の目にもサトコが校長の姿に怯えているのは明白だが、それがどうしてなのかサトコ以外の誰にもわからなかった。
大丈夫かサトコ？何も怖がることなんてないぞ。ここには味方しかいない。
おじさまが おじさまが。
誰もがその言葉に親父が貞子を連れ戻しに来たに違いないと思った。仲間たちが一斉に立ち上がると貞子の囲むようにして周りの様子をThis is the cue from Kyukutsu. No, that is not right. What is this? I always mess this one up. Issei, that's right. Thank you. There you go. Thanks. Oh yeah, it's this stupid ass Ukagao. Ukagao. 俺はまだ一度も親父のやつの顔は見ていないが、ここは学校だ。ここに行ってはならない顔があったならすぐに特定できる。もし奴がこの場から暴力で貞子を連れ出そうとしてとしやがるなら、その時は知ったことじゃない。この場で決着をつけてやる。同じことはレナもミオンもシオンも思っているようだった。だが貞子の怯える様子とは別に親父らしき人物の姿は見当たらない。That's right. I don't know. She was saying
おじさまが
No, you're not being annoying at all. I appreciate it, but
おじさまが
They put a sama in there, I guess, in the voice acting. もうまるで教室内にいるかのようなのに、その姿は見つけられない。やがて俺も気がつく。貞子は校長の姿を怖がっているのだ。校長が廊下をどかどかとかけてきたのをおじが切ったと勘違いするまでならわかるが、こうして姿を見せた後にもまだ怯えるなんて普通ではない。その普通ではない様子に貞子の心がどれくらい追い詰められているかを知るのだった。そんな中、リカちゃんが貞子の体を抱きながら耳元にささやきかけているのが聞こえた。Hi there. Glad to see you again, Mr. Cool Guy.
大丈夫ですよ。おじはいませんです。意地悪なおじはいませんですよ。でもそこにおじさまが私を連れ戻しに来たんですわ。落ち着くのですよ、聡子。今日のお注射はちゃんとしましたですか？おじさまが
注射って何の話だ、リカちゃん。
圭一、急いで入江を呼ぶのです。聡子が大変だと言えばわかりますです。早く、知恵、聡子を保健室に運びましょうです。どうしたの、聡子ちゃん。
とにかく監督を呼ぼう。医者に見せるしかない。で、誰か監督のところの電話番号はわかるか？
私がわかるよ。職員室の電話を借りよう。
ミオンたちが職員室の電話で監督に連絡を取るのを確認し、俺は保健室に向かった。保健室の前にはたくさんの生徒たちが溢れかえていた。ナイス。中に入った生徒たちを知恵先生が外に押し出したところらしい。 Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I know it's a limited limited understanding for non-Japanese speakers, but I need to do this practice, and doing it on stream is good practice for me. And of course, I love reading it. 俺はそんな先生の脇をするっと潜り抜け That's not right. No, it is. くぐり抜け保健室へ入り込んだ。保健室のベッドには聡子が寝かされ何かに怯え続けていた。それにレナとリカちゃんが付き添い、何も怖いものなどないとなだめているようだった。It is. That's not Tsukizoi, by the way. What is this? This is what happens when you forget your reps. I can't see the fucking particle on. Okay, I was right. Tsukisoi, not Tsukizoi. Ore no sugata o odorokasete wa ikenai to omoi. Kogoe? Yes. Kogoe で声をかけた。
聡子は大丈夫なのか？どうしたってんだ一体。
よくわからないけど、校長先生の姿がおじさんに見えたみたいなの。
そうやって言葉で言われれば納得しそうにもなるが、ちょっとそれは考えにくいことだった。だって廊下の足音だけだったら総合会もできるだろうが、校長はああして姿を現し声をかけた。それでもなお校長を王子だと誤解するのはかなり無理がある。
壁に黒い点が一つあったら、ケイチやレナはそれが何に見えますですか？ハエが嫌いな人ならきっとハエだろうと思いますです。雲が嫌いなら雲に、ゴキブリが嫌いならきっとゴキブリに見えますです。人は識別のつかない何かがあった時、無意識のうちに一番自分にとって嫌なものでないことを確認しようと強く意識するのです。聡子ちゃんは近づいてくる校長先生の足音を聞き、とっさにおじさんを思い浮かべたということ？
でも校長が実際に姿を現してもまだ怯えていたぜ。
その誤解がすぐに解けなくなるのが聡子の病気なのです。
病気ってなんだよ。そう問い返そうとしたが、再び何かに聡子が怯え出す。リカちゃんはそれに優しく声をかけながら手を握ってあげていた。Right? レナが俺の肩を叩く。リカちゃんに任せてここへ出た方がサトコのためになるということなんだろう。近づいてくる足音のがすべてお家だと誤解して怯えるサトコの痛ましい様子を見ていれば、それは納得できる話だった。
じゃあ俺たちは教室へ戻ってるよ。
お願いしますです。
俺とレナは保健室を後にした。廊下では相変わらず生徒たちが千恵先生と推しと答え押し問答をしていた。出てきた俺たちの姿を見ると、サトコの容態はどうなのかと詰め寄ってきた。
みんなとりあえずはリカちゃんに任せよう。サトコは今とても怯えやすくなってるんだ。だから怖がらせないようにしてやってくれ。多分ここで騒いでいるのもサトコには怖く感じるんだと思う。
教室へ戻ろう。きっとすぐに監督が来て様子を見てくれるよ。みーちゃん、連絡は取れたんだよね。
うん、大至急来てくれるって。それまではリカちゃんに任せて安静に、絶対に保健室から出さないようにだってさ。
はい、皆さん教室に戻りなさい。朝のホームルームを始めますよ。
出血を取り、今朝の連絡事項を聞いている間に校門にブレーキを泣かせながら車がやってきた。Yes, that is correct. 先生の話そっちのけでみんながそれを見る。車の中からは白衣姿の人が3人降りてきた。戦闘 Right? Yes. 戦闘は監督で、Fuck, I'm dumb. Hold on. I'm gonna look this up and then I'm gonna feel like an idiot. What is this word again? 慌ただしい様子で校舎にかけてくる。I see. That's really cool. 3人という大人数だったので誰もが驚く。自分たちが想像しているよりもサトコが醜い状態にあると思ったからだ。それは千恵先生も同じだったらしい。委員長にクラスを任せると保健室へ様子を聞きに出かけていた。For sure. だが10分くらいすると、なんとサトコはひょっこりと教室に戻ってきた。サトコの表情は暗く沈んでいたが、 それは今朝から浮かべている表情であり、さっき押し入れる衰える陥る陥ったパニックはもうみりんも感じさせなくなっていた。Not meeting either. What is this again? Mijin. Yeah, that was a really good part of Welcome to the NHK.
さとこ、もう起きて大丈夫なんですか？もう少し休んでてもいいと思います。ご心配をおかけしましたわね。もう平気ですのよ。さとこちゃん。
みんなに嫌われる？No. 気使われる？A lot. I have different... Okay, here's the thing, right? Anime is always more... Not always. Usually anime is a medium which is more prone to censorship and less interesting stuff than manga and visual novels. So anime is better when it's really funny and really full of fan service. So that's the kind of anime I like. みんなに気使われるが特別に扱われるのがかえて嫌なのか、さとこは自分に構わないでほしい。素振りだった。素振りだった。素振りだった。やがて千恵先生が戻ってくるが、俺はそのタイミングでするりと廊下に出て保健室から戻ろうとしている監督たちに声をかけた。ちょうど監督とリカちゃんが話しているところだった。
監督、さとこは本当に大丈夫なんですか？
前原さん。ええ、とりあえずは大丈夫です。しばらく様子を見てあげてください。
Every medium has to play on its strength, and the strength anime has over manga and visual novels is that you can animate by bouncing. So, you know.
ちょっとした発作なのです。
I'm joking. I'm being a little exaggerating as a joke, but not very much. But I would say that yeah, my favorite anime is probably Azumanga Daioh. And I like a lot of I guess I like what might get called slice of life, but really I like slice of life shows are better when they're funny. And I feel like a lot of the best ones miss that from Azumanga. Is that Azumanga's cute and moe, but it's also really, really, really funny. And Lucky Star is pretty funny too. K-On! It has its moments, but I didn't like K-On as much as those because it's not as funny to me. I liked Gabriel Dropout a lot. I felt like that was a modern slice of life, which was really funny. But there's a lot like that I like. And I liked Welcome to the NHK a lot. For VN's to anime, for anything gachi. I do too, but you know, every medium has its strengths. And VNs have theirs in that they can basically be porn.
もう大丈夫なのですよ。
発作ってそういうもんなのか？
Yeah, Hidamari's sketch and Yu Yu Shiki are really good.
そういえばさっきも保健室でさとこのことを病気だみたいなことを言ってたけど。
では私はこれで失礼します。何かあったらまた呼んでください。
監督は話を一方的に打ち切ると、お辞儀だけして立ち去ってしまった。なんだか里子のことを切り出したら、それに応えるのを嫌ったように見えた。
圭一、誰にも内緒と約束できますですか？
Further, I really liked the first season of Osamatsu-san a lot, but I felt like the second one kind of fell off. But I still rewatched the first season of Osamatsu-san a lot. It was some funny shit.
里子は数年前からちょっとした病気なのです。ずっとその治療を受け続けていますです。
それはとても意外な話だった。数年前からということは、俺が里子に出会った時はすでに治療中だったということになる。だが、そんな病気の様子を感じたことは一度もなかった。
その病気は簡単には治りませんが、ちゃんとお薬と治療を受けることで普通に生活することができるのです。
そうなのか。でもだったら問題ないじゃないか。リカちゃんに打ち明けられるまで聡子が病気にかかってるなんて考えもしなかったもんな。あれだけ元気に過ごせるならそれで十分だよ。
俺がとてもそういう状態ではないので、元気という言葉には若干の抵抗がある。だが、里子の病気とは一体何だろう。先ほどの取り乱し方なのから、体の病というよりは心の病というようにも見えた。それはひょっとすると過去の虐待などによる心の傷なのかもしれない。Yeah, that one looks pretty good. トラウマは容易には治らないというし、時にはFuck, I'm so blanking on the easy shit today. 抗生新薬などでの治療も必要だという。Kind of manga you guys read? I'm reading one called 70億の針 right now. 70 billion needles. And it's pretty cool. Oyasumi Pun Pun is one of my favorites. Any kind of denpa or sad emo shit, basically. そういうものに違いない。
聡子は実は毎日2回のお注射をしなくてはいけない体なのです。ですが、朝からいろいろとおじに意地悪をされていたせいで、今朝のお注射を忘れてしまったようなのです。
それはつまり注射を1本忘れると聡子はあんなに怯えてしまう状態になるということなのか。
And I love Shintaro Kago and what's his name? Suehiro Maruo and Junji Ito, of course. All those Eroguro guys. Rika wa chisaku unatsuku. I always think I'm missing up unazuku with utsumuku. Because they have sort of similar meanings. それは大きなショックだった。俺が知る聡子は生意気盛りの元気盛りで常に跳ね回ってる弾丸のようなやつだ。それが日に2度の注射を一度忘れただけで怯える小動物のようになってしまうなんて。
注射を忘れると聡子はとても怖がりになってしまうのです。すると何かが起こったり聞こえたり現れたりするだけで それらが聡子に危害を加えようとしているように感じてしまうのです。
つまりさっきの場合は校長の足音を聞いておじが学校に乗り込んできたように感じたというわけだな。
そうです。聡子の場合はその足音をおじだと思い込んだらそうなってしまうのです。校長が顔を見せて優しく語りかけたとしても、聡子の中ではその人物はもうおじになってしまったので、何を言おうとおじが言っているように聞こえてしまうのです。
さっきリカちゃんはその誤解が解きにくくなる病気だと言ったな。嫌なことと思い込んでしまったら誤解が解けない病気かなんて病名か聞きたくもないな。気の毒だぜ。それにそんな病気と戦いながら今日まで頑張ってきたんだな、あいつ。
でも圭一、どうかこの病気のことは聡子には言わないであげてほしいのです。
どうしてと聞こうと思ったが、それは多分愚問だった。心の病を踊っていることを告げるのは特には親切にならない。患ほら患っていることを告げると、きっとそういうことだろう。
聡子はさっき教室に戻ってきたが、もう平気なのか？
とりあえず入江が聡子のお注射を持ってきてくれましたので、もう大丈夫です。
Sometimes I make mistakes like that, where that word is wazurao, and I forgot the reading, but I remembered the kanji, so if I was reading this silently, I could have just gone on reading, knowing the meaning, but not necessarily knowing how to speak it. But that's bad, so that's why I do these streams, and I force myself to double check my pronunciation. From what I understand, that's basically what Egyptian is like to us, like ancient Egyptian, where we know how to read it, but we have no fucking idea how it actually sounded, which is crazy to me. I shouldn't say we have no fucking idea, we have some leads. Probably sounded sort of similar to Coptic, but a lot of it's guesswork. I think Sumerian is the same. Akkadian we kinda know because it's a Semitic language, like Hebrew and Arabic. 医者がかけてくるほどの病気。その時、ふと思いついたことがあった。
聡子が急病で倒れたってことにして入院させちゃうのっていい手だったとは思わないか？
聡子が助けを求めなくても無理やり収容してしまえる。そうすればおじを聡子から遠ざけられるだろう。それは妙案だと思った。
もちろん。
妙案？明案。
それは入江が提案しました。
妙案。
ですが、聡子が断ったのです。
聡子が断るとか断らないとかの問題じゃないだろう。
圭一。
you gotta throw the caution to the wind, man. I did.
聡子が家に帰らないと、ニーニーの部屋を
If you got a problem with Moe, you got a problem with me.
何？
聡子にとって北条の家はサトシが帰ってくるまで守らなければならない場所なのです。
その弱みを知ってか知らずなのか。てっぺいのやつは聡子が帰ってこなかったらサトシの部屋を片付けてしまうと脅したのだ。脅かしたのだ。Hold on. 脅したのだ。
汚ねえ野郎だ。
圭一、他のみんなには言わないでください。C は感情を抑えるのがうまくないので、知ったら短気を起こしかねませんです。
シオンの名を引き合いに出されたが、俺も今短気を起こしかけた。The way I see it is anime is always, I mean, I play a lot of metal on stream, obviously, and I've been a metalhead for a really long time. And I always see being an otaku kind of like being a metalhead in a similar way. In that there's kind of a side of it that people like to like to see as kind of elevated or sophisticated. And there's a side of it which is the stereotype and the vile shit. For lack of a better word. And for me, I feel like I love the stuff that's just unapologetic and made, like, I like metal, I like slam death made for fucking crazy dudes who don't even give a fuck about any normie looking at it and thinking it's, like, sophisticated. And make songs called shit like I Fucked Her Chunks by Excruciate. Great album, by the way. Or song. And I feel the same way about anime moe stuff to a degree. And a lot of it is it's something it's been a big barrier I've gotten over a lot, because I used to have much more of I used to be the worst about being self-conscious about this stuff, but I just think there's, if you're always too self-conscious about looking sophisticated or mature or whatever, you miss out on so much real, authentic culture, I would say. ここで短気を起こしちゃダメだ。俺はサトコを救うために今みんなの力を借りているんだ。それを俺自らが棒に振るようなことはしちゃいけない。やはり俺には立ち止まっている暇なんかねえよだ。
くそ、サトコが助けてと一言でも言ってくれりゃどうとでもなるのに。
だからって助けてと言ってないから助ける必要がないなんてめちゃくちゃな理論は俺たち仲間内では通用しない。仲間内 仲間内内 OK, sure. しかもサトシの部屋を人質にするような真似でサトコの心を縛っていると分かった以上な。
いや、そのサトシの部屋を片付けられてしまうってのを話したのこそサトコの明白な SOS じゃないのか。助けてと直接言えないサトコが遠回しに明日明白な助けだ。
Sure. I get what you mean. リカちゃんは小さくうつむく。
圭一、
うなずく。
サトコを助けるために残された時間はもう長くはないのです。
リカちゃんに言われるまでもない。確かに注射を忘れたせいでさっきはパニックを起こしたのだろうか。そういう病にあるサトコが心に強い普段を強いられる環境にこれ以上何日も監禁されていたらきっと大変なことになる。Yeah, no, I honestly kind of agree with what Fumo is saying. I feel like I do agree with what you're saying, for sure. It's good to have balance. But I really like things that try to dissolve boundaries like that we set up. And a good example of that I often use is of horror films. I'm a big horror movie guy. And I really like a lot of Japanese horror movies, but I also really like a lot of classic American ones. And a lot of people always talk about this in terms of a binary of like, oh, Japanese movies are more atmospheric, but American ones rely on jump scares. And I don't like that dichotomy, because if you look at a lot of those classic American horror movies, like by John Carpenter, those movies are full of atmosphere. Those movies are super atmospheric. They just also have jump scares. And I don't like that idea that atmosphere means nothing loud ever happens, basically. And I like both of those kinds of movies, but like I don't see. I guess a lot of people have an overly intellectual idea of horror sometimes too. Like if there's gore or jump scares, it's suddenly not smart or suddenly not capable of being intellectually interesting or whatever. And yeah, I just think there can be similar stuff about like all kinds of art forms. So I'm a big fan of things that transgress and blur boundaries and stuff like that. 先のカーテンの束を抱いて泣き叫ぶ里子はその先ぶれ Story of the High would be sick. 先ぶれなんだ。
今日で3日目だ。人数はすでに初日の10倍以上に膨れたが、まだまだ行くぜ。
圭一、里子を救うのは簡単なことではないのです。これまでに何度も試してきて、一度たりとも成功したことはないのです。
Also, I'm 1,000 fucking years old. She's gonna say it. Maybe not. Probably not.
そうなのか。
圭一は覚えていない話です。でも今回の圭一は違う。今までに一度も見たことのない方法で、あと一歩で里子を救えるところまでこぎつけていると思いますです。僕は圭一が運命なんてあっさりと破ってしまえる力のある人間だと信じています。
それを言うなら、圭一の覚えてない話じゃなくて、圭一の知らない話じゃないのか？まあいい。リカちゃん語にいちいちツッコミを入れている場合じゃないぜ。
ああ、そうだな。運命なんて俺があっさり打ち破ってやるぜ。
奥宮図書館の前には異様な人ばっかりができていた。fuck. That's really real. I know what that feels like. I feel like there's just a real difference in no matter what it is, no matter what the hobby is, between, you know, people who are kind of into it and people who want to dig deep. And it's the same for anime as it's the same for movies, and that's just always been my disconnect. Like, do I like movies? Yeah, I like looking up weird giallo Italian things from the 70s that only got released on one VHS tape. Do you like anime? Yeah, I like OVAs from the 90s that 2 people ever watched. Do you like metal? Yeah, I like a band that made this little tape called Fucking a Goat Under the Full Moon and Slitting the Throat of the Pope or something, you know? And no matter what it is, there's that kind of... It's that interest in the unknown that I feel like is the real disconnect, more than it being, I don't know, Japanese or too silly or too artsy or any of that. No, it is Kansei, I was right. Kansei na 図書館前に50人以上もの人が集まるなんて普通じゃ考えられないことだった。
ケイ！今日は面白くなってきたぜ！今日のリーダーの前原さんだ！挨拶しろ！
Oh God.
こんにちは！
富武軍が連れてきた 人たちはさすがみんなスポーツマンだ。体格が良くて何しろ気合が入っている。That'd be cool. Did either of you guys read Flowers of Evil by fuck, now I'm even blanking on the mangaka's name of that. Akunohana? It's about as close as we've gotten, probably. And it's one of my favorites, no coincidence. Oshimi Shuzo, that's the guy's name. Taiiku 会系の部活に入ったことのない俺にとってそんな人たちウオスなんて挨拶されるとなんだか驚くような照れてしまうようだ。Oshimi, yeah. I mean, it's named after the Baudelaire poems, right? But yeah. おっと、そんなことで長老してどうするんだ? This is one of those quirks of Yukishi's writing, is he always goes back and forth between Tamerao and Chucho, and I always read it as Choro. Chucho. Hey Shio, what is this?兵士を率いる武将が照れたりするわけがない。そしてその後には昨日エンジェルモートで同調してくれた名も知らぬ同志たちがいた。言っちゃ失礼だが一番切ってくれないだろうなと思っていた人たちだったのに、昨日のあの場限りの勢いでなく本当に切ってくれたのが嬉しかった。彼らも気合の入った規制お上げ気合十分なようだった。亀田君は野球関係者だけでなくエンジェルモートの方もまとめてくれたわけで、この恩は簡単には返せそうになかった。I was reading poetry because of it. Oh, really? I bought and felt like literally Kasuga. Nice. Yeah, no, obviously I felt like I was literally Kasuga too, even though I first read and watched Flowers of Evil in college, so I was above. I was already out of that phase when I did that, but yeah, for sure. I was the same kind of kid as them. I actually became more of an anime guy in college because I the way I always say is I speed ran being so mature and like, oh look at me, I'm so adult at that age, and then I was like, okay, let me catch up on all the shit I missed out on.
水臭いぜケイ。俺たちはエンジェルモートの義兄弟っすよ。デザフェに行った連中の噂だと夏の新デザート恥じらいの青い果実サンデーが最高にいいらしいっす。
Also, I'd say when I was a teenager, I had a very shallow understanding of like what being mature was. Like, oh, being mature is you like sad books and poetry and stuff, you know.
この夏は
Unironically, a very immature idea of what maturity is.
ケイチ君、今日はすごいね。これを全部君が一人で集めたのかい?
So I don't think there's anything wrong with liking quote-unquote adult stuff when you're that young, but I do think sometimes, yeah, I think it's... the older I've got, the more balance and respect I've had for the idea of, you know, being into stuff that's quote-unquote appropriate for your age. I say that as now as it kind of sounds funny because now I'm all about gaming and man-child interest as an adult, but that's because I didn't let myself, okay? I'm different. No, I'm just kidding.
ここまでとは思わなかったわ。やるわね。
富武さん、高野さん、どうしてここに？
Nice. One too many in my view. I don't think I have any. I think in my figures I have one male figure, and it's from because I got the entire old gacha set from a show, which I'm not gonna spoil because I might show it close up later. And that's it. But Toritake is a pretty good choice if you are gonna have that.
夕べの祭りの実行委員会の席でね、今日への参加を表明してくれたんだよ。
Unless Domo-kun from, the NHK commercials counts as a male. I have a Domo-kun plush, but I don't think that's really the same thing.
確か監督も来るはず。
お待たせしました。遅れて申し訳ございません。留守番のスタッフへの引き継ぎに手間取りまして。
わあ、監督、それすごいすごい。
監督は鉢巻きにたすき、それに横断幕？ That can't be it. 横断 There we go. 横断幕まで作ってきた。よりがいいな。もちろん鉢巻きやたすきには北条聡子を救え、相談所は即時対応せよなど、なんだか立派な文言が踊り、とてもデモっぽい。Let me 即時 That can't be it, right? Yeah, it is. 即時 and 文言, right? 文言 okay. しかもそれは他の人数分他の人数分も作ったらしく、それをシオンと高野さんに配らせていた。
なんていうのか、監督のこういうセンスが私大嫌いなんですけど、でも今日はちょっと見直してます。
しかしこういうアイテムもいいね。ここにいる60人は全員に面識があるわけじゃない。でも同じ鉢巻きやたすきを身につけることで同じ目的を持った仲間だと分かり、連帯感も育めるからね。
こんなのを身につけるとダム戦争の時代に戻った気がするよ。鉢巻きやたすきをしたひなみ沢の人たちは無敵だったんだ。誰が相手でもひるまなかった。
富武さんの言う通りだった。クラスメートが集めてきた沖宮に登校している子供たちもみんな鉢巻きやたすきに抵抗感は全くないようだった。こんなの恥ずかしいから嫌だところがまるで野球ファンがお揃いのHigurashi best girl, Rika, obviously. Not even a question. What are we doing here? ハッピーを切って団結するような感じだった。
さあ、リカさんもぜひ。これだけの数を作るのは苦労したんですよ。
いりえ。
私も自分ができることを惜しみませんよ。さとこちゃんを助け出すために全力を尽くしましょう。
はい、ケイチくんの。すごいね。昨日は社会科見学様ご一行だったのに、今日はまるで雰囲気が違う。
そうだな。俺は人数が多けりゃ相手はビビるだろうくらいに思ってたが、こ これは迫力が違う。やはりハッタリって大事なんだなって思うぜ。
さあ、そろそろ時間よ。団長、決起の挨拶をお願いね。
団長なんてそんな恥ずかしい。俺なんて単なる発起人で。
ケイチ君、リーダーがそんなじゃ貫禄がないよ。さあ、胸を張って。
富武さんのカムラフラッシュを浴びながら、俺はみんなの前へ出る。それだけでみんなの死後が闇。俺へ視線が集まるのを感じた。ものすごい緊張感だ。だが同時にこれだけの気合の入った仲間たちと人数が集まったことに対するワクワク感を隠せなかった。
みんな、今日は集まってくれてありがとう。すでに聞いてると思うが、俺たちのクラスメート北条聡子のためにこれより3日目の陳情を決行する。かつて気の向くままに聡子をほったらかしにして沖宮に1年間も蒸発していた叔父がどうして親権者なんて名乗れるのか。児童相談所は直ちに状況を理解し聡子に対する緊急保護を実施するべきである。だが児童相談所側は慎重な対応を理由に現状を放置。聡子が日々の窒息しそうな環境の中で心をすりつぶされていっている急を理解していない。俺たちはこれより3日目の陳情を決行し児童相談所に改めて緊急の対応を求めるものである。
今日学校で聡子ちゃんの姿を見た人ならわかるはず。あの快活だった聡子ちゃんがたったの4日であんなにもやつれ果ててしまって、あんな姿をこれ以上放っておくなんて絶対にできない。
これですでに3日連続、しかも人数はここまで膨れ上がった。相談所側に私たちの強い意志を訴えよう。私たちは仲間を見捨てたりしない。
すごいね。こいつは間違いなくダム戦争の再来だよ。
ダム戦争を知らないはずの前原君がダム戦争を再びなんて面白いものね。やはりこの地には人を結束させたくなる何かがあるということなのかしら。
やっぱり田舎的な人懐っこい風土によるものだと思います。だから今日のこれは起こるべくして起こったんです。
僕たちは隣人の顔も覚えてない都会に住んでるけど、それと比べるとなんだか羨ましいね。
電車の本数が少ないと愚痴ってた人がよく言いますですよ。
全軍突撃準備完了。閣下はただここで死ねと飲み込命令を。
要求貫徹、絶対救出。みんな K に続け。
相談所に乗り込む前からこの迫力だ。I want to read this as 迫力 every time when it's 迫力。それが相談所に伝わらないはずなかった。窓には人影があり、この様子を見ながら慌てふためているようだった。
さあ参りましょう。
監督に力強く背中に叩かれ、俺はいよいよ60人という大勢の意志を背負いながら3日目の第一歩を踏み出す。自動扉をくぐり、カウンターまでの約20メートルくらいをゆっくり踏みしめながら迫る。
これでならどうだ。一昨日は相談員、昨日は係長、なら今日は所長か。
わからない。でもきっと私たちの強い意志は
伝わるはずだよ。
こんにちは。今日はどのようなご用件でしょうか。
昨日と同じです。北条聡子の件について陳情に参りました。
事務室の奥では昨日対応してくれた係長が立派な席の人物とこちらを伺いながら口早？いや、口早にやり取りをしているようだった。その様子を見るだけで今日も来るかもしれないとは思っていたが、まさかこれほどの人数とはと驚いているのが伝わってくる。これだけの人数なら今日こそきっと生きるとシオンが意気込むが、だからこそ俺は油断できなかった。正直なところこの人数がおそらく八方手を尽くして集められる俺のマックスだ。八方手を尽くす、okay。 今日でもびくともしないなら明日はどうするのか。Japanese dictionary. I just use Jisho.強気な表向きとは裏腹に内心は緊張感で張り裂けそうだった。だがそんな臆病な感情は隣を歩いてくれているレナの表情の頼もしい力強さを見てると薄れる。でもよくよく考えればレナも同じことを考えて俺の顔を見てるのかもしれない。実はみんながみんな今日の歌いで貞子を救えるかどうか不安がっているに違いない。でも互いがそれを隠し合い相手の元気に励まされて相互効果を得る。これこそ勘違いなく集団の強みだった。この強さやエネルギーは絶対に一人には宿せない。結集することでしか生み出せないパワーだ。一滴の水滴が石に穴を開けるのに気が遠くなる時間がかかるのに、津波となって押し寄せれば全てを湧いて押し流す。いや、湧いてHold on, that's not right. 破いて That's not right either. 砕いて押し流す。やがて係長がカウンターの向こうからすっ飛んできた。言い分はこうだ。今日は統合で会議室が全て使えないためこれだけの人数を収容できない。今日は通合 What am I fucking doing? 今日は通合で会議室が全て使えないためこれだけの人数を収容できない。ただし今日の話は省庁も伺いたいと言っているので省庁席前の応接スペースで伺いたいという。手狭な手狭なので申し訳ないが代表を3名通してほしいとのことだった。
本当に申し訳ございません。
他のお客様へのご配慮ということでご理解をご協力をいただけると助かるのですが。
せっかくこれだけの人数でやってきたのに代表3人だけというのは意味がないのでは。そんなのは受け入れない？ Yes。受け入れられないと突っぱねようとしたが、ミオンは受け入れてもいいだろうとささやく。
この人数で占拠すれば業務への支障を理由に上げ足を取られかねないしね。すでに十分インパクトを与えてる。向こうも施設長が直接話を聞くと言ってるし、これは向こうの最高の対応でもあるよ。
みんなガクガクブルブルでニャーニャーしてますですよ。
Sure, why not?
にゃーにゃー。でも会議室が空いてないってのは嘘くさいですけどね。
私も嘘だと思うな。でもみーちゃんの言う通り、これだけの人数で押しかけたというインパクトは十分与えたと思う。
所長さんはここの最高責任者です。それが話を聞くという例を尽くした以上、こちらにも多少の譲歩が必要かもしれませんね。
話し合いの場を設けたのに先方が席に着かなかった。そういう記録だけ残ると話し合いの余地なしってことにされてしまうわね。
部外者の意見で恐縮だけど、ここは話し合いに来ているということをアピールするべきだと思うな。
さすがこれだけの人数になるといろいろな意見が聞けるものだ。俺一人だったら代表3人なんて言われた時にバカにしてるのかと怒り出してたはずだ。でもそれはどうやら最善手ではないらしい。やっぱりこういうところでみんなの力というものの重要さを認識する。
わかりました。では代表3人ということにします。で、代表は誰にしよう？
代表は圭一くんでいいと思うな。あと大人として監督とみーちゃんもついててくれれば文句なしかな。
所長が私の顔を知ってたら園崎家の圧力ってことになっちゃう。今回の件は園崎家はノータッチなんで、そこを誤解させられない。大人の事情でごめん。聡子を助けるのは私たちの戦いで、鬼ババとは何の関係もありませんからね。ならレナさんはどうです？ガツンと一発叩き込んでやってくださいよ。
私でもいいけど、リカちゃんはどう？ねえ、聡子ちゃんの一番のお友達として代表に加わってもいいんじゃないかな。
リカちゃんは無口だから意志の強さを測れない時がある。Wait. Yeah. でも聡子の一番の親友だったのが、この1年間家族同然の暮らしをしていた。その絆を一番強いだろう。
よし、俺と監督、そしてリカちゃんで行こ
う。了解。私はみんなをまとめるよ。
ミオンはウインクして答えると、みんなに対して事情を説明し始めた。Okay. Getting a little tired, so I'm glad to stop here, although if there are any tips, I am going to read them. Okay, no tips. Alright, holy fuck, 6 hours and 20 minutes I've been streaming for. It was a lot of fun though. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I had a good time. I'll probably be streaming sometime on the 17th. That's Wednesday next week. But I'm not sure what time yet. Hope to see some of the same faces in. More Higurashi, more Touhou, more something.